Good evening. This is Chairwoman Makita Scott. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, June 8th, 2021. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. We will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. Mr. Mahumza, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mahumza. Baltimore County Public Schools and offices are currently closed to the public in order to maintain the health and safety of our students and staff. In accordance with the Board of Education's amended resolution approved at the October 13th, 2020 board meeting, in the event of a medical or health emergency related to COVID-19, the board chair, in consultation with the vice chair and the superintendent, may declare that a board meeting or a board committee meeting be held remotely in its entirety, without the physical presence of board members, or in a hybrid manner with only some individual board members participating remotely, subject to the establishment of a mechanism that would allow each board member the opportunity to fully participate in the meeting despite not being physically present, and that would allow the public to also remotely attend those portions of the meeting that are open pursuant to the Maryland Open Meetings Act by being able to listen and or view those portions of the meeting. As a result, tonight's hybrid Board of Education meeting is being held both virtually and in person by board members and broadcasted through Microsoft Teams Live and BCPS-TV, Comcast Xfinity Channel 73, Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. Board members will say their names while making and seconding a motion as applicable, as well as when requesting discussion on an agenda item. The first item on the agenda is the consideration of the June 8th agenda. Dr. Williams, are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I'm not aware of any changes or additions to tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Madam Chair, this is Kathleen Causey.
Yes, Ms. Causey.
Thank you. I move to recess this meeting to a second session to an evening no later than next Wednesday, recessing agenda items P, S, T, U, V, W, and X to that second session. Items Q, public comment, and item R, unfinished business, update on 12-month pay, remain in this first session.
Okay.
Second row.
Is there a second?
Second row.
Second, Ms. Scott.
I'm sorry, it sounded like there was one person talking. There was a motion made by Ms. Causey and it was seconded by Ms. Rowe?
Row.
Okay, thank you for that. Just want to get it correct. And now let me repeat the motion. Ms. Causey made a motion to recess this meeting to a second session to an evening no later than Wednesday, recessing agenda items P, S, T, U, V, W, and X to that second session, items Q, public comment, and item R, unfinished business. Update on 12-month pay remain in this first session. And that was seconded by Ms. Rowe. And Ms. Causey, you said you'd like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. This agenda is quite full, and yet it runs past midnight. And it's been stated at numerous board meetings that with staff responsibilities and everyone getting home safely at a proper hour, that we should try and not go past really 11 o'clock. So I think there's so many issues that need proper deliberation, which is our role on the Board of Education, that we take this opportunity to really properly set the meeting so that staff can understand that we are going to run out of time, and so that they are not really left waiting around to present when in fact it more than likely will not happen. So for those reasons, I think it would be proper process to structure the meeting in a way that allows us to do our job and also is mindful of staff and the public. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I have a question. So you're wanting to, just so I can understand, you're wanting to recess this meeting other than item R, the update on 12-month pay?
As stated in the motion in the chat, that we would recess specifically item P, item S, item T, item U, item V, item W, and item X to that second session. And then items Q, public comment, and item R, unfinished business update on 12-month pay, remain in this first session.
Okay. And I would like to ask a question of Mr. Brusades, not in good form. Is this in good form?
Hello, Ms. Scott. A recess would be considered a short break. This wouldn't really fit the definition of a recess. This would be more along the lines of amending the agenda and adding a new board meeting date.
So then is this motion out of order?
It's not proper in its current form.
Okay. So that sounds that this is not a proper motion because it's saying to recess the meeting, which you're right, as I understand it means to end the meeting. So Mr. Brusades, then would this motion need to be, well, because it's already the property of the assembly, we would vote on it, and then would it need to be restated because it doesn't sound, that's where it was kind of confusing, the word construction of it. So what would your recommendation be, Mr. Brusades?
That rather than say move to recess this meeting, it would be move to amend the agenda to postpone those items, or take those items and have them considered at another open session to an evening no later than next Wednesday.
Okay, thank you for that. And it looks like Ms. Jost, you had a comment?
Yes, Mr. Brusades answered some of those questions, but my concern is postponing item P, which I believe is policy. That is one of the board's purview, is to keep working and approving policy. So I'm not okay with just adding another session.
Okay, Mr. Mahomsa?
Yes, I would like to know when did Ms. Causey want to postpone this meeting to?
It looked like in the motion it said next week. And the date of is it next Wednesday, which would be the 16th?
Okay. I mean, I do see what she's saying about the timing, but I think what's more important than postponing meetings, I think, is focusing on the agenda we have. And there is time allocated in the agenda where we can all ask our questions and be done by 12 today. I think if we set this precedence of having a full agenda, then just making new meetings for the next week and the next week and the next week, we'll eventually just be using this. I don't even think it's a special rule or anything. I just think it just prolongs agenda items, and I think what board members need to focus more on than anything is finishing conversations on specific items that is put on the agenda for meetings on certain days, and not just pushing them for other days, and also taking so much time out of agenda items and when we shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like Ms. Rowe, you wish to amend the motion? Ms. Rowe?
I would like to amend the motion to, instead of saying I move to recess this meeting to a second session, to say I move to divide this agenda into two sessions, the second session to an evening no later than next Wednesday, and would contain items P, S, T, U, V, W, and X to that second session. Items Q, public comment, and item R, unfinished business update on 12-month pay remain in the first session.
Okay.
Second.
Could you put, yes, so it was moved by Ms. Rowe and seconded by who?
Ms. Hen?
Ms. Hen. Okay. Ms. Rowe, could you please put that amendment in the chat so that I can properly state it?
Yes, ma'am, I'm doing that now.
Thank you. That way.
Madam Chair, may I just ask Mr. Brusades if it's appropriate for me to officially pull my motion?
Well, the motion is sorry, go ahead, Mr. Brusades.
I would just point out that the proposed amendment by Ms. Rowe is more in the nature of a new motion than an amendment.
So this is not a proper amendment?
It's not a proper amendment.
How can Ms. Rowe restate it so that it would be a proper amendment? Because it doesn't look like it changes the words of the motion. It just looks like it restates the same motion.
No, it does. I changed the word from recess to divide the meeting to 2 sessions so that it's clear that we're dividing the same agenda into 2 sessions, not creating 2 meetings with 2 separate agendas.
Now, but Mr. Brusades just said it's not a proper amendment. So I guess I can, Ms. Causey made the offer to withdraw her amendment. So I guess, Ms. Causey, if you're still wanting to, you could withdraw the amendment and then we could then be able to move forward. I mean, with the new amendment or the new motion stated by Ms. Rowe. Would that be proper, Mr. Brusades?
Yes, if Ms. Causey is withdrawing her motion, then the board could take up Ms. Rowe's motion.
With the leave of the assembly. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will remove my agenda item. I will remove my motion.
Thank you. Okay, and then Ms. Rowe, if you could put yours in so that I could properly state it, please.
I just did. I moved to divide this meeting into 2 sessions. The second session to an evening no later than next Wednesday. Recessing agenda items P, S, T, U, V, W, and X to that second session. Items Q, public comment, and item R, unfinished business. Update on 12-month pay remain in this first session.
And that was seconded by Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Okay, so there being no objection, the motion from Ms. Causey is withdrawn. Okay, great. So now I'll move on to Ms. Rowe's motion. And Ms. Rowe moved to divide this meeting into 2 sessions. The second session to an evening no later than next Wednesday, recessing agenda items P, S, T, V, W, and X to that second session. Items Q, public comment, and item R, unfinished business, update on 12-month pay remain on this first session. Okay, and it looks like there's a question from Mr. Rowe, Mr. Offerman. Mr. Offerman?
Yeah, I guess my concern at this point is that if we move this to an unspecified day, are there any implications in terms of the Open Meeting Act in terms of alerting the public and posting a new agenda? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Offerman. Mr. Brusades, if you could, please.
There wouldn't be a problem with the Open Meetings Act if the new agenda was posted promptly.
Okay.
And that's assuming this motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like there's a comment from Ms. Causey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to point out that I did respond to an email asking board members for input on starting a meeting earlier, like 3 o'clock, because of the length of the meeting. And I had suggested at that point that it be considered to split the agenda. And I received a response, but it did not address that question. So I did bring this up quite some time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, there was an email that was sent out because of the length of our meetings going well into the night, as has been precedence for the past 2 years. I did suggest that we have earlier meetings so that we could accommodate questions and make sure that board members' questions would be answered, still having public comment in the evening, but that was not supported by enough board members so that we would have a quorum. So, and this is also a practice that's done in boards all across the state of Maryland. There is a meeting that is done earlier, but there was inflexibility in this board to have any meeting that started earlier than 5 or 6:30. So that's why we are in the situation we are in now. So it looks like we should, I guess, probably go ahead and take a vote if there's no additional discussion. Ms. Gover, if we could have a roll call, please, on the on the motion.
Ms. Rao?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
No.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahamza?
No.
Mr. Offerman?
No.
Ms. Pasteur?
No.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Favor is 6.
Okay, and Mr. Mercedes, does this require 2/3 or is it a simple majority?
It required a majority of 7.
Majority of 7. Okay, so since it did not get 7, then the motion fails. Okay. All right. All right, so then moving on. Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote, please? On the agenda as it stands, or is that necessary?
No.
Okay, so then the standing agenda is approved. So earlier this evening, the
Madam
board...
Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order.
Excuse me?
I'd like to raise a point of order.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Ms. Rowe. I'd like to
Ms.
raise
Rowe.
a point of order on
Yes.
the standing agenda. The board unanimously approved to add reopening of schools as a standing first item of unfinished business on all subsequent open session agendas until all schools have fully reopened to all students for full-time in-person instruction. Schools are not reopened in person on Wednesdays. Additionally, the state superintendent, Dr. Salmon, gave a directive on January 22nd, 2021 for school systems to plan for schools to reopen 5 days per week starting March 1st. As we are not in compliance with that directive, we are not fully reopened. This agenda does not include the necessary agenda item for reopening of schools, and there has never been a 2/3 vote to reconsider the unanimous board action to add this item to the agenda. Therefore, the agenda as presented is out of order.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Rowe. Mr. Mercedes or Ms. Bressler, if you could weigh in on that, please, because as the motion was stated about the reopening of schools motion, we are fully reopened, and but if you could weigh in on that.
Hello, Ms. Scott. As a point of order, the chair would decide the point of order.
Okay. I don't find it to be a point of order because I don't find the agenda to be out of order. The motion did not state certain days of the week or certain days, and our schools are fully reopened. So that's why it was not on the agenda. So I don't find that your point is taken. Your point is actually not well taken. So we can move on. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session.
I have a...
Is there another point of order?
Yes, this is Ms. Causey.
Yes, Ms.
I move to consider sustaining the ruling of the chair.
Okay, is there a second? Hearing none, we're moving on. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act for the following reasons. To 1, discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. And 9, conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to the negotiations. The minutes of the closed session and informal summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda date. Next on the agenda is a special order of business recognizing our student member of the board, Mr. Joshua Mahunza. At this time, could Josh please join Dr. Williams at the front of the dais? Okay. Is everybody in place? Ms. Gopher, you have to let me know when everyone is in place.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. So I would, the following resolution is being presented by the Board of Education, and it reads, whereas Joshua Mahunza has served as a student member of the Board of Education of Baltimore County with honor and distinction for the 2020-2021 school year, including serving as vice chair of the board's Legislative and Government Relations Committee and participation on the board's Curriculum Committee and Policy Review Committee, and whereas his role as a student leader began at Dundalk High School, where he served as a member of his class executive board since 2019 and is a member of the Student Government Association, and in Boy Scout Troop 409, where he served as a senior patrol leader and served as chapter chief for the Order of the Arrow, Scouting's National Honor Society, and whereas Joshua's leadership activities are evident in his participation as a representative and infrastructure committee member for the Baltimore County Student Councils, a volunteer coach with Soccer Without Borders, and as a tutor with the Immigration Outreach Service Center, IOSC, and whereas Joshua is to be commended with bringing honor to this school district as he continues his education at Yale University to double major in ethics, politics, and economics and English, as well as a planned certification of advanced language study in French. Now therefore be it that the Board of Education of Baltimore County, assembled in regular session on the 8th of June in the year 2021, expresses to Joshua its fondest regards and gratitude for his service, and be it further resolved that the board herewith extends its best wishes to Joshua for happiness, good health, and continued success in future endeavors, and directs a copy of this resolution to be recorded among the permanent records of the Board of Education of Baltimore County. Fellow board members. Congratulations, Joshua. Fellow board members, I move that the board accept Resolution 2021-02 in recognition of student member of the board, Joshua Mahunza. May I have a second?
Second, Ms. Causey.
Second, Ms. Causey. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote?
Ms. Rao?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
The board is unanimous. Congratulations, Josh.
Josh, it is my pleasure to represent County Executive Olszewski here tonight to present you with this proclamation. As a former student member of the board himself, the county executive understands the importance of your role and has appreciated the thoughtful deliberation that you have provided to this board over this past year. And so today, I would like to present you with this citation in recognition and gratitude for your service and dedication to the Baltimore County School Board. Your hard work and thoughtful insight on the board are invaluable, and we appreciate your willingness to give your time, especially during this very challenging year. You have far exceeded the expectations set before you. On behalf of all of its residents, Baltimore County thanks you for your commitment to the Baltimore County School Board. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was Dr. Lynch representing Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski. And Dr. Lynch is the Director of Educational Partnership for Baltimore County. So, and lastly, I would like to, again, thank Joshua for everything that he's done, and it has been our pleasure to serve with you. But I would also like to recognize Mr. Christian Thomas. He's our incoming student member of the board for the 2021-2022 school year. So welcome, Christian. And Ms. Gover, you'll have to let me know once everyone is seated.
Yes, we're ready to proceed. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Ms. Lowry.
Good evening, Chairwoman Scott, Vice Chairwoman Henn, Superintendent Williams, and members of the board. I would like the board's consent for the following personnel matters: retirements, resignations, leaves, certificated appointments.
Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits E-1 through E-4?
So moved,
So
Mac.
moved, Offerman.
Second, Mac.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Mac.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Any discussion? Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rao?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries. Next on the agenda item is administrative appointments, and for that, I call on Dr. Williams.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm bringing forward the following administrative appointments for your approval. Principal of Dundalk Elementary School, Principal of Hartford Hills Elementary School, Principal of Joppa View Elementary School, Principal of Lansdowne High School, Principal of Lutherville Laboratory, Assistant Principal Franklin Middle School, Assistant Principal Hillcrest Elementary School, Assistant Principal Lock Raven High School, Assistant Principal Logan Elementary School, Assistant Principal, Maiden Choice School, Assistant Principal, Newtown High School, Assistant Principal, Woodhome Elementary School, Coordinator in the Office of World Languages and ESOL, Coordinator, Compliance, Department of Special Education, Specialist, Community School Liaison, Senior Operations Supervisor, Office of Facilities Operations, Operations Section, Senior Operations Supervisor, Contract Maintenance, Office of Facilities Support, Maintenance Section, Pupil Personnel Worker in the Office of Pupil Personnel Services, Executive Director, Instructional Technology and Educational Options, Department of Education Options, Executive Director, School Support, Office of the Community Superintendent, and Chief, Division of Organizational Effectiveness.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the administrative appointments as presented in Exhibit F-1?
So moved, Mac.
Do I have a second?
Second, Opperman.
Castro.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rao?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman? Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report, and for that, I call on Dr. Williams.
So, Madam Chair, we would like to present the recommended appointments tonight, all 21. So if I may begin?
Yes, please.
Okay. And to the board, they are in alphabetical order. Our first candidate, yes, is Latanya Belser. Currently, she's the assistant principal of Vincent Farm Elementary. Recommendation is principal at Joppa View Elementary School. She has served us with 21 years of service. She served as assistant principal, teacher, stat, teacher resource, both at Hebville Elementary, classroom teacher at Sussex Elementary, and prior to that, experience in Baltimore City Public Schools. Congratulations, Ms. Belser. Since we have an audience, let's clap. Our next candidate is Ms. Lindsay Brightful. Currently, she's a teacher of mathematics at Sudbrook Magnet Middle School. Recommendation is the assistant principal at Newtown High School. She brings to us 7 years of service in Baltimore County. She served previously as the math resource teacher at Sudbrook, as well as a mathematics teacher at Milford Mill Academy, Dundalk Middle, as well as previous experience in Teach for America for 2 years. Congratulations, Ms. Brightful. Our next candidate is Keisha Broyles, currently the school social worker at Dogwood Elementary School. Recommended position is specialist in the community school liaison in the Office of Title I. She brings to us 7 years of experience. Her previous experience exists at Pathway Schools, Transition Living Services, and a variety of other places, including experience in Howard County, the Catherine Thomas High School, the Children's Guild, the City of College Park Youth and Family Services, and the Children's Hospital of Michigan. Congratulations, Ms. Broyles. Our next candidate is Kristen M. Bull. Currently, she's the assistant principal at Hartford Hills Elementary School. Recommended position is principal of Hartford Hills Elementary School. She brings to us 25 years of service. She served previously as the assistant principal at Cedar Mill Elementary, staff development teacher at Chatsworth, special ed self-contained teacher, special ed inclusion teacher, classroom teacher at Gunpowder Elementary School, teacher of technology integration at Gunpowder, as well as a classroom teacher in Gunpowder Elementary School. Congratulations, Principal Bull. Next candidate is Tony Corbett, currently the Supervisor of Contract Maintenance Operations in the Office of Facility Support. He is being recommended for the Senior Operations Supervisors, Contract Maintenance, Office of Facility Support, Service Maintenance Section. He brings to us 3.4 years of service. His prior experience was at CTD Investing LLC, Thunder Soccer Club, the Harbor View General Contractors, and 9 years of service in Baltimore City Public Schools. Congratulations, Mr. Corbett. Our next candidate is Alice Devaney Curtis. Currently, she's the school counselor at Pine Grove Middle School. We're recommending her as a pupil personnel worker in the Office of Pupil Personnel Services. She brings to us 17 years of service in Baltimore County. She served as a counselor at Pine Grove Middle, Sparrow Point Middle School, Pine Grove Middle again, and Owings Mills High School. Congratulations, Alice Devaney Curtis. Next candidate is Dr. Douglas Elmendorf. Currently, he's the principal of Catonsville Middle School. We're recommending Dr. Elmendorf for the position of Executive Director, Instructional Technology and Educational Options in the Department of Educational Options. He brings to us 23 years of service in Baltimore County. Again, served as the principal of Catonsville Middle School, Hillcrest Elementary, and Chase Elementary. Prior to that, he served as the assistant principal at Dundalk, as well as Middleborough Elementary School, resource teacher at Eastwood Center, music teacher at Sandalwood and Deep Creek Elementary, and music teacher at Bedford and Deep Creek Elementary. Congratulations, Dr. Elmendorf. Next candidate is Radia Garrett, currently classroom teacher at Johnny Cake Elementary School. We're recommending that she be the assistant principal at Woodhome Elementary School. She brings to us 12 years of service in Baltimore County. Again, classroom teacher at Johnny Cake, special education teacher, inclusion at Johnny Cake, and prior experience as special ed self-contained teacher at Johnny Cake. Congratulations, Radia Garrett. Don't get tired on me yet. We just halfway through. Our next candidate is Christopher Gee, being promoted to assistant principal at Franklin Middle School. His current position, I hear yay out there. His current position, teacher of music, instrumental at Scotch Branch Elementary School. He brings to us 3 years of service in Baltimore County. Prior experience, 8.6 years of experience in Baltimore City Public Schools. Congratulations, Christopher Gee. Next, we have, Jody Grosser. Currently, she's the supervisor in world languages in the Office of World Languages in ESOL, being promoted to coordinator of the Office of World Languages in ESOL. She brings to us 28 years of service. Her prior experience, she served as the e-learning teacher in English and world languages, also a stat teacher at Golden Ring Middle School and Modern World Language teacher at Newtown High School and Randallstown High School. Congratulations, Jody Grosser. Next, we have Joseph R. Holland. He is the assistant principal at National Academy High School in Baltimore City Public Schools, being promoted to assistant principal at Lock Raven High School. So welcome to Baltimore County Public Schools. He served as the assistant principal, as I mentioned, at National Academy High School, special ed inclusion teacher at Newtown High School, Baltimore County Public Schools for 10 years. I should say welcome back, Mr. Holland. Special ed self-contained teacher at Newtown High School and the facilitator in the emotional disabled student program at Garrison Middle School and Baltimore City Public Schools. Congratulations, Joseph Holland. Next, we have Robert Counselor III, being promoted to the assistant principal at Hillcrest Elementary School. His previous experience, he served as a classroom teacher at Owings Mills Elementary, resource teacher at Owings Mills Elementary. He brings to us 9 years of service in Baltimore County, and previous experience, he worked at Bright Horizons. Congratulations, Robert E. Kessler III. Our next candidate is Megan O. Mayer as the assistant principal at Maiden Choice School. She brings to us 22 years of experience in Baltimore County. Her previous position was the special education self-contained teacher at Maiden Choice with experience at Arbutus Middle School and Catonsville Middle School. She served as a special ed inclusion teacher in Catonsville Middle and special ed teacher at Western School of Technology. She too has prior experience in Baltimore City Public Schools of 3 years. Congratulations, Megan O. Mayer. Our next candidate is Sean M. McComb as the principal of Lutherville Laboratory. Sean currently was the assistant principal at Pleasant Plains Elementary School. He brings to us 15 years of service in Baltimore County, assistant principal at Pleasant Plains Elementary School, resource teacher at Patapsco High School, as well as experience in the Division of Organizational Effectiveness, stat teacher at Patapsco High School, staff development teacher at Patapsco High School, and English teacher at Patapsco High School. He served in the Aspiring Leaders Program in 2011. Congratulations, Sean M. McComb. Next, we have Jason A. Miller as the Coordinator of Compliance in the Department of Special Education. He currently is the Supervisor in Teaching and Learning in the Office of Special Ed Education, Teaching and Learning since March of 2020. His previous experience, he served Calvert County Public Schools for 3.5 years and Anne Arundel County Public Schools for 7 years. Congratulations, Jason A. Miller. Next, we have Jennifer A. Pilarski as the principal of Dundalk Elementary School. Currently, she served as the assistant principal at Dundalk Elementary School, as well as assistant principal at Martin Boulevard Elementary and Oliver Beach Elementary School. Prior to that, she served as a stat teacher at Northwood Elementary School, a kindergarten teacher and classroom teacher at Fullerton Elementary. She brings to us 18 years of service in Baltimore County. Congratulations, Jennifer A. Pilarski. Next, we have Nicholas T. Russell, Senior Operations Supervisor in the Office of Facilities, Operations, and Operations Section. Currently, he is the Field Representative in the Office of Facilities, Operations, and Operations Section. Prior to that, he served as the Building Operations Supervisor 4 at Owings Mills High School, the Building Operations Supervisor 2 at Campfield Early Learning Center, and a Building Service Worker at Reisterstown Elementary. He brings to us 19 years of service. Congratulations, Nicholas T. Russell. Next, we have Allison Seymour as principal of Lansdowne High School. Currently she served as the assistant principal at Pikesville High School as well as Kenwood. She was a mathematics teacher at Parkville High School. She brings to us 23 years of service in Baltimore County Public Schools. Congratulations, Allison Seymour. Next, we have Nicole H. Sneyer as the assistant principal at Logan Elementary School. She served as a staff development teacher at Sandy Plains Elementary School. She was the resource teacher in the Office of Mathematics, pre-K to 12. She served as a consulting teacher in the Office of Staff Relations and Employee Performance Management, and classroom teacher at Pine Grove Elementary and Logan Elementary. She brings to us 16 years of service in Baltimore County Public Schools. Congratulations, Nicole H. Sneyer. Next, we have Eric A. Wilson as the Executive Director in School Support, Office of Community Superintendent. Mr. Wilson served as the Director in the Office of School Support and Improvement in Montgomery County Public Schools for 6 years. He served as a principal at Sligo Middle School, Arcola Elementary School, and Stonegate Elementary, as well as a principal intern at Stonegate Elementary School, assistant principal at Rockview Elementary School, staff development teacher at Rockview Elementary, and classroom teacher at Rockview Elementary and Forest Glen Elementary School. Congratulations, Eric A. Wilson, and welcome to Baltimore County Public Schools. I think we're at the last person. Thank you. Dr. Miriam Yarborough, as Chief in the Division of Organizational Effectiveness. Currently, she is the Executive Director in School Support Secondary in the Office of Community Superintendent. Prior to that experience, she served as the Director of School Performance in the Office of Community Superintendent, and prior to that, she served Montgomery County Public Schools for 23.5 years, and prior to that, she started her career in Baltimore County Public Schools for 3 years. Congratulations, Miriam Yarborough, Dr. Miriam Yarborough. That concludes the appointments. I would like to just take a note and thank the Division of Human Resources, all of our chiefs, all of our principals, all of our central office staff. As you see, we presented 21 appointments today. Thank you, board, for approving those appointments, but thank you, staff, for the arduous work it takes to go through the process of interviewing and selecting the right candidate. So I do want to commend every central office worker and all those associated with the Department of Human Resources and our school-based staff for making these selections tonight. Let's give them a hand, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I thought I was on mute. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Williams. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report, and for that, I call again on Dr. Williams.
So good evening, everyone. I just want to begin this evening by celebrating our class of 2021. This year's graduates have demonstrated admirable perseverance and fortitude. I honor and recognize their accomplishments and their ability to overcome barriers. It has been a joy to witness our graduates' enthusiasm as they walk across the stage. I appreciate how our educators, leaders, and staff, from the earliest grades through high school, have nurtured and supported students toward this milestone. I do want to congratulate all of our graduates. We still have a few more graduations to go, but they have been delightful as I have attended every last one of them. As a reminder, the public is invited to watch commencement ceremonies live on BCPS-TV and through our live stream. And please don't forget that summer graduation will take place on August 14th. I would like to take a moment of personal privilege to thank student member of the board, Josh Mahamza, for his service. Mr. Mahamza has chosen in his first BCPS election that was open to all middle and high school students. His passion for equity has been clear from the very start, and he has expertly used social media to connect with students across the system, as well as visiting schools in person once it became safe to do so. Josh, we have all benefited from your eloquence and thoughtfulness. I look forward to watching you receive your diploma at graduation this week. What day is that? Thursday. Just checking to see if you know. Congratulations on a successful year as our SMOB, and best wishes in the years to come. Let's acknowledge Josh one more time. By now, all students at all levels have had the opportunity for weeks for expanding in-person learning. This was made possible by updated guidelines from the Centers for Disease Control, Prevention, and a dramatic improvement in COVID-19 metrics in Baltimore County. For their dedication to our students, I want to thank our school leaders, educators, support staff, office professionals, staff providing health and mental health services, as well as staff in transportation, facilities, food and nutrition, and technology. I also appreciate the ongoing feedback from our families and their continued partnership. As we discussed last month, BCPS will provide full-time in-person instruction 5 days a week to all students for the 2021-2022 school year. Additionally, in response to student needs, registration for the BCPS Virtual Learning Program has been extended. The enrollment window will close on July 2nd, 2021. Families are asked to enroll as soon as possible to support planning and scheduling. Getting vaccinated is an important part of our recovery from this pandemic. In partnership with the Baltimore County Department of Health, BCPS has been conveniently offering the COVID-19 vaccine at selected high schools to students, their families, and interested school staff. As a reminder, there are many additional opportunities to receive the vaccine through the state's mass vaccination centers and through pharmacies and hospitals. And finally, the last day of school will take place just 2 weeks from today. I want us all to finish strong. Throughout this school year, students and families have remained engaged, and our staff and leaders have worked so hard. Let's enjoy this look back at a historical year that was full of accomplishments. Once graduations are finished, we will share a video dedicated to the class of 2021. Video, please.
One more second, Dr. Williams, sorry.
Well, BCPS, it's been quite a school year battling a pandemic and a ransomware attack. As always, Team BCPS showed its resilience and made sure our students and staff got what they need to be successful. So, let's take a look back at some highlights from this school year. Our graduation rate increased to 88.5% for class of 2020 and continues to exceed the statewide graduation rate. Jacksonville Elementary School was awarded a 2020 National Blue Ribbon by the U.S. Department of Education. This makes 23 National Blue Ribbon schools for BCPS.
So what I'm going to ask you guys to do is to post one of your sentences in the chat.
BCPS reached a 1-to-1 device ratio in kindergarten through grade 12.
I just want to be more than a drop in the sea.
For the 16th consecutive year, BCPS was named one of the best communities for music education. And that's in addition to the many awards and honors earned by our students for music and the arts. To help our school community, the Division of School and Safety held a SEL Summit for students, parents, staff, and community members. The summit's focus was to offer practical tools towards improving the well-being and mental health of our community. To better reach our Spanish-speaking community, BCPS launched a Spanish Facebook page.
Good morning. I burst down in tears, I guess.
After careful preparation, BCPS was able to welcome back students to school buildings through a phased-in process. Students and staff were excited to be back for hybrid learning, even though things were a little different. As part of the Baltimore County Student Council, the school system has announced the creation of the Baltimore County Junior Councils for the 2021-2022 school year. These councils will be comprised of middle school students and will serve to foster leadership. Eastern Technical High School and Western School of Technology and Environmental Science rank among the top 10 high schools in Maryland according to the 2021 Best High School list compiled by U.S. News and World Report. 2 Black women within BCPS are also making history. Makita Scott is our first African-American female board chair. Brianna Ross is the first Black woman to be awarded Teacher of the Year. Middle school students at Lock Raven Technical Academy made national and international news for serving as catalysts for posthumous pardons of 34 Maryland lynching victims. With the help of our transportation team and food and nutrition team, BCPS made sure our students were provided with free meals. Well over 3 million meals, and even more to be served, have been provided. This is the first year that students are earning an associate's degree and high school diploma through Woodlawn High School's early college program. People were eager to get to CQ Arena because the class of 2021 were able to walk across the stage. Team BCPS, those were just a few highlights, and we can't wait to see more great accomplishments for the 2021-2022 school year.
Let me acknowledge the Department of Communications and Central Office for pulling that video together. Thank you also. Let's acknowledge them. Okay, that concludes my report for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. And what a wonderful video. The Department of Communications is awesome. That was an excellent video. And I would like to echo some of the things that you said. And again, congratulating Joshua Mahomza. I am so proud of you, could not be prouder. And it has been a pleasure to work with you, to work alongside you. And your voice of reason and sound judgment and your methodical thinking will serve you well going forward. So thank you. It has been my pleasure. And I would also like to say, after my first installment of the Chairwoman's Corner, which we watched, I had mentioned some schools that were going to come up and be competing. And this just exemplifies the excellence of our students and what they're able to accomplish, as exhibited by Mr. Mahomza. But Deer Park Middle Magnet School took 3rd place in the Wearable Technology Challenge and 2nd in the National Engineering Design Challenge. Congratulations, Deer Park Middle Magnet School. Randallstown High School took 3rd place in the Expanding Structure Challenge. Eastern Technical High School took 2nd in the Wearable Technology Challenge. Congratulations, Randallstown High School and Eastern Technical High School. And lastly, Arian Sajid from Eastern Technical High School earned a MESA scholarship. So we've got some exceptional children who are doing some exceptional things, and it's my honor to highlight what our students are doing after having such a year, quite a year. So I too have a video, the second installment of the Chairwoman's Corner, where I had the pleasure of highlighting more wonderful things that are happening throughout the district. So if that's ready, we can go ahead and watch it. I guess that would be Tracy or Mr. Korn. Oh, it looks like they're working on it. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Makita Scott, and I am the chair of the Board of Education of Baltimore County. In this new series, I am putting the spotlight on BCPS students and educators for an inside look at teaching and learning today. This school year has been like no other school year, yet our students continue to excel and grow. 6 schools were honored in the inaugural Green 60, Our Planet, Our Home Inter-School Challenge, coordinated by the Baltimore County Student Council's BCSC Environmental Committee. The following schools were honored on May 18th for their outstanding participation: Hillcrest Elementary School, Pleasant Plains Elementary School, Catonsville Middle School, Cockeysville Middle School, Eastern Technical High School, and Towson High School. The challenge encouraged students to earn points for their schools by participating in sustainable practices. Students from the honored schools were shown on the Green 60 website packing and eating waste-free lunches, recycling, picking up trash, making art with natural and recycled materials, making signs and posters to encourage sustainable practices, and planting gardens. Congratulations to all of our students who participated in this remarkable challenge and represented their schools and BCPS proudly. I would also like to congratulate the administrative assistant in the front office of Shady Spring Elementary School, Stephen Brad Fisher, who prides himself on knowing just about everything happening at his school. Mr. Fisher was named the 2021 BCPS Office Professional of the Year. Lastly, I would like to highlight Vandesh Salhini of Parkville Middle School and Leela Kausov of Dumbarton Middle School, who earned honors in the 2021 Maryland History Day competition. Salhini, a student of teacher Molly Riccardi, won second place in the Junior Individual Website category for research on Nazi propaganda. As a second place winner, Salhini qualifies to compete in the National History Day competition. Kasov, a student of teacher Kathleen Berry, won the Junior Division Award for Excellence in Legal and Constitutional History. Well, that's it for today. Join us next time for From the Chairwoman's Corner. Thank you so much.
Lots of videos, but there's just so many good things to talk about with our students and what they're doing at BCPS. So thank you for that. And it looks like next item on the agenda is from the student member of the board's report. And for that, I call on Mr. Mahumza.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Williams, and distinguished BCPS stakeholders, to culminate my term as this year's student board member, over the last few weeks, I have toured a number of our schools in all three regions of our county. I have met with BCPS and county leaders, and I've continued to host small and large group conversations with our students. On many of my visits to a few of our elementary, middle, and high schools, I saw firsthand the resilience of Team BCPS that we all have talked about throughout this unprecedented year. From the smallest class sizes that I saw at Milford Mills Academy to the full cafeteria rooms at Timonium Elementary School, our communities dealt with and responded to this year's challenges in very unique ways. And with the leadership of school administrators and teachers, who are the true backbone of our school system, our communities are recovering slowly but surely. I also visited Randallstown High School, Kenwood High School, Delaney High School, Ridgely Middle, Catonsville Elementary, and Weston Elementary. I was also happy to join the board chair, board member Mack, and board member McMillian, Superintendent Williams, many of our BCPS cabinet members, and even our state superintendent on some of these visits. I've also been working with our SMUB-elect Christian on a few equity and inclusivity projects with our Baltimore County Police Department leadership and our school central office equity staff. Before even being sworn in, our future SMUB is hard at work planning for his term and also assisting me in some of the projects that I'm still working on. And I think that speaks for Christian's character and how he wants to work with all board members, and I hope that favor is returned to him. With so many responsibilities this year, I can't end my last report without thanking the many people that have assisted me throughout my term. From BCPS-TV, Ms. Murray, BCPS Communications Office, our central office staff, state and county government leaders, our board secretary, Ms. Grover, fellow board members and our chair, and our superintendent. Your support has been amazing. I also want to thank the many student leaders that have reached out to provide feedback and support my SMUB term. In particular, I want to thank these students who have been advisors to me in many moments throughout my term. Logan, Nick, Marcellis, and Ebony have been great advisors on a number of initiatives that I've been pushing for. I want to thank my campaign team from last year, Melanie, Kamal, and Shahat, who have helped bring my campaign message into fruition. And most importantly, my senior advisor / aide, Roa. All these students have helped steer my term as SMUB from beginning to now the end, and all the successes have all been due to them. Since first arriving to this county 11 years ago, BCPS has welcomed my family and I with open arms. I have to admit, my experience hasn't been a smooth ride, but along the way, I've met great individuals that have truly inspired me. Being a microphone for our students this past year has been a journey that will be a big part of my life. Many of you who receive emails from me might see this quote by Nelson Mandela under my signature. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This is the mantra that I follow throughout my education, followed throughout my education career. At times, this mantra has helped pick me up whenever I was down. Many have asked why I care so much about equity and closing the achievement gaps. I was once told, "You're an AP scholar and a student leader. Why do I care so much?" Well, before I was SMUB and now a Yale freshman, I had faced the same challenges that many of us talk about or see in the data of kids being left behind. Before I ever took any GT or AP classes, I was once told that I couldn't handle the rigor of these classes. At times I found myself not being able to enjoy being in schoolhouses because I didn't feel welcomed by some of my teachers and peers. It is my parents, teachers that have become mentors, and lifelong friends that have helped me believe in my potential. I ran for this position and advocated for equitable solutions because I want our students to not feel unwelcomed in their schools, or to feel that their opportunities are limited after graduating from high school, just because of their race or socioeconomic status. I believe in the power that an effective public school education can have on one student. I am a testament of that public school education. Fellow board members, I hope that you all continue fighting for all our students, because we're relying on you. And just because I'm gone, that doesn't mean I don't care about our school system. I have friends, family members, community members, and even those students who I've not been able to talk to, who are really relying on you. Thank you all so much. I want to thank, I think I've said so many thanks, but just thank you all so much, and happy Pride Month to our LGBTQ plus students, and that's the conclusion of my report. Thank you.
thank you again, Mr. Mahomza, and you will be dearly missed. So thank you for your service. The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session. And for that, I call on Mr. Mercedes or Ms. Bressler.
Yes, I'm taking his place this evening.
Okay.
Good evening to you and other members of the board. There is no action was taken that is part of the report today, so you can catch up on your agenda.
Thank you for that. Okay, so there was no action taken. All right, and it looks like there was a question from Ms. Causey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to bring to the attention of our board council that this meeting is out of order, that item J, per the board's standing directive of having reopening as the first item of unfinished business, should be item J. And I would like the board council's opinion on that.
Oh, I thought we had already reviewed that, and I already felt we got the opinion from council on that it was not out of order, but that was not relevant to closed session. So, Ms. Bressler, is that request from Ms. Causey out of order?
It doesn't seem to relate to the closed session, at least in terms of the agenda item.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it does not relate to the, relate to the closed session.
That is out of order then.
No, what is out of order is the board has voted that reopening of schools will be on every open session agenda until all schools are open every day for all students. And that will be the fall. There are still issues of reopening that are happening every day. Virtual learning program, as Dr. Williams pointed out, is still in development, and there's an extension of the application time. I attended with Ms. Pasteur Franklin High School's PTSA meeting, and there are a number of questions from parents around reopening, and a lot of it is yet to be determined based on state BCPS systems, central office, and schoolhouse issues that they're working through. So it is, I believe this meeting is out of order, and I think that the next item should be the unfinished business, reopening of school. There has been no.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Causey. So the point of order, the point of order was raised. It was not well taken, and then you indicated that you sustained my point of order and what I said. So that's why we have moved on past that, and it's not relevant to, and it's not germane to where we are right now. So you said
Madam
that
Chair, I did not. Madam Chair, I did not say that I was sustaining.
You did, and you also put it in chat.
No, ma'am.
So
excuse me. Let me clarify. Let me clarify, because that is not accurate.
Excuse me.
A vote to sustain the ruling of the chair is the motion, but if you vote against it, then
all
the
right.
chair is not.
We do need to move on with our meeting. Again, like I've said, we're board 12, not a board 1.
The board council on whether this meeting is in order, because you have decided to not have the reopening on.
No, I have not decided. Your point was not well taken, and there was, and you said that you sustained it. So.
No, I did not say I sustained it. Okay, I'm going to move to consider sustaining the ruling of the chair around her denying reopening of schools to be on the agenda. All
right. Is there a second? Okay. Hearing none, we're moving on. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the 2021-2022 collective bargaining unit master agreements. And for that, I call on Ms. Lowry and Mr. Duke.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Henn, Dr. Williams, and members of the board. At this time, I would like to seek the board's consideration and approval of the tentative agreements reached in negotiations with Council 67, Local 434 of the American Federation of State, County and Municipal Employees, AFSCME.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to approve the collective bargaining unit agreements for AFSCME, BCPS-OPE, CASE, and TABCO?
So moved.
Who moved that?
Molly.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Offerman.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey? Ms. Causey? Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Joes?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Favor is 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is contract awards, and for that, I call on Ms. Joes, Chair of the Building and Contracts Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Yesterday, the Building and Contracts Committee met and reviewed contracts 1 through 30. I would like the board's approval for approving contracts. I'm going to break it out. Contracts 1 through 28 and contract 30. I'm separating out contract 29.
Okay, so,
So moved. Hen?
okay, so seconded by Ms. Henn. So that was the motion. I'm sorry, I want to make sure it was a motion to approve contracts L through 28 and 30. And so it was moved by Ms. Joes, and then it was seconded by Ms. Henn.
Madam Chair, 2 seconds needed since it came from the committee. I didn't realize Ms. Joes was making a motion, so.
Okay, were you making the motion, Ms. Joes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for that, Ms. Henn. I would like to repeat it just so that we're clear. So is there any discussion on, it would be L through 28 and 30? And you separated out, again, which one, Ms. Joes?
It's contract 29 has been separated.
Separated out, okay. Okay, any questions? Let's see. All right, so hearing no questions, Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, this is Ms. Causey. I had put in the chat that I wanted to separate item 1 and 30.
Okay, that was after it was already moved, and so since it was already moved, it was for the contracts as they were put together, so I don't believe, unless Ms. Bressler says otherwise, that you can separate it out after it's already a motion on the floor, because it was already moved. And that was before it was put in the chat.
I think the current motion, the motion on the floor needs to be dealt with. That doesn't exclude an additional motion.
Okay, so we would go ahead then and separate it out as Ms. Causey asked, 1 and 30? Or we process this motion first and then separate out 1 and 30?
Yeah, I think the current motion would be acted upon, and then if Ms. Causey wants to make an additional motion to separate out additional items, then that would be considered as a new motion.
Okay, so is there any objection to separating out 1 and 30? Okay, then, so without objection, 1 and 30 are separated. So then we would be voting on items 2 through 28. And then 1, 30, and 29 are separated out. Okay, great. So, Ms. Gover, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe?
For 2, sorry.
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Thank you for those comments, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, which ones are we voting on now? 2 through 28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomsa?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So those pass. Okay, so now the ones separated out, I will start first with 1. Any discussion on contract 1? Okay. All right. Yes, Ms. Causey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a comment and ask a question. And it's large, so I'm not expecting an answer this evening. But the board in previous years has been concerned about transportation of our students, about whether it is equitable, about whether it is effective when we hear that so many students are arriving late. And we understand that this year is completely different, and so it's not really possible to do the analysis, but there was going to be reports that were coming to the board related to on-time arrival of buses, and I think it would be appropriate for the board to receive that specifically with the breakdown of contract runs and then our full-time drivers. This is a very large contract, and the board should be able to understand that in the future, in terms of expanding these contracts or renewing them, what the success rate is of our contract drivers, and what is it with our regular drivers, and also if there are areas that need additional supports, that there would be efforts to do that for our students. So that's a comment and question for Dr. Williams, and I appreciate any response that he has.
So, Madam Chair, we do have our staff here to respond. I would just ask them that they are preparing a report, but I'll just ask them that they give a brief response to Ms. Causey at this time. Dr. Scriven and team.
Yes, Ms. Causey, that was a lot. Can you itemize what your actual question is, please?
Yes, previously it was a key performance indicator to have the on-time arrival of students provided to the Board of Education. This is prior to Dr. Williams' arrival. And the board has not received those reports in the past for several years. So especially looking at this contract and understanding the magnitude of the dollars that are being spent on contract routes versus our full-time employee routes, and also understanding that every minute of instruction is going to be so vital for our students in the future as we recover from the pandemic, that it's important for the board to understand what is effective, and is there something that's more effective, so that in the future we can make more informed decisions.
So, Ms. Causey, we are not prepared to address that this evening, but that is a report that we can generate. We reviewed this item in Building and Contracts yesterday with the Building and Contracts Committee, where there were multiple questions which were posed, which the staff who's here tonight appropriately responded to and answered. We have always asked that requests like this be furnished in advance, and if done so, we would be able to bring the appropriate responses to those questions to the table.
Thank you, Dr. Scrivens, and I prefaced it by it would be in the future. It's not for this evening. So thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll make sure we address that.
Thank you. It looks like there's a comment from Ms. Jose.
Yes, 2 things, Ms. Scott. I would like to remind that all of these contracts come approved from the committee. The Building and Contracts Committee met yesterday, and board members have a week to send in questions to staff. And Mr. Kuhn asked some great questions yesterday, so a lot of questions were already asked, but I think we have to be respectful of staff and time. And when you have those elaborate questions, you need to set them in advance and just to keep our meetings effective and efficient. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Jost. So, okay. All right, seeing no more questions, do I have a motion to approve item 1L?
So moved, Ms. Henn.
Thank you. And is there a second?
We don't need a second.
Oh, I apologize. You're correct. We don't need a second. Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Abstain.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jost?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and next is item L29, which is the ARA 20521 George Washington Carver property transfer. Okay, and Ms. Jost asked that this be separated out. Ms. Jost, did you have a question or comment in regards to this?
So this contract on a motion made by Ms. Henn was separated out and not approved. So it comes to the full board for discussion and approval.
Okay, thank you for that. And it looks like, yes, Ms. Henn, you have a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and thank you, Ms. Scott. Yes, the committee discussed this item and voted to accept staff's recommendation to not approve the transfer of the Carver property.
Okay.
And that was a unanimous vote by the committee.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing that with us. Any other questions or comments from board members?
Ms. Scott, if you could clarify the action that the board should take should they wish to adopt the recommendation of the committee, if that would be an affirmative vote or what the motion needs to be.
Sure, certainly. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like there's a question for Ms. Rowe. Yes, Ms. Rowe.
Yes, that was along my thing too, is because it sounds like what I'm hearing is that the committee has a recommendation, but that recommendation is not to approve the contract. So are we voting on the recommendation of the committee not to approve the contract, or are we voting whether or not to approve the contract?
Okay. Yeah, it looks like that the motion would be to adopt the committee's recommendation not to approve the contract based on the recommendation and advice from staff. And I just want to, it sounds like it's because staff recommended not to make the property surplus. So I just want to make sure that I have a correct understanding of that. Because that's how I understand it to be. So, okay, so it looks like there's a motion from Ms. Henn.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Scott. And I put this in chat. And
thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the recommendation of the committee to not approve the contract.
Okay, and does that require a second because it's a motion?
Second.
Just in case. Thank you. That was Mr. Mahomza. Okay, so I will repeat that. Ms. Henn moved that the board adopt the recommendation of the committee to not approve the contract, and that was seconded by Mr. Mahomza. Okay, so then the next step would be to vote on the motion. Actually, I'm sorry, let me just double check something though. Is there a contract to be approved? Is this contract for us to be approved, or was this like a draft of what we would approve if there was a contract?
So, excuse me, Madam Chair, members of the board, the recommendation of, this is Margaret Ann Howie, the recommendation of staff was that the request of the Orchard Hill to surplus the property that abuts Carver and is next to Orchard Hill not be accepted. At yesterday's meeting, the Building and Contracts Committee voted to accept staff's recommendation. There is not a contract that you're acting on. You're acting on the committee's recommendation that accepts and adopts what staff has recommended, which is to reject the request to surplus the property.
Okay, so then is Ms. Henn's motion then what we would vote on? Is that the course that we would use going forward?
So the motion that is before the board is the committee's recommendation. And the committee's recommendation yesterday was not to surplus the property.
Got it. Okay, so it looks like
yes, Ms. Scott, to amend my motion.
Okay, Ms. Henn is amending her motion.
Thank you. I amend my motion. I move that the board adopt the recommendation of the committee to reject the request to surplus the property.
I accept the motion. I mean, amendment.
Okay.
Hamza.
Okay, great. So then, and I see that's in the chat now. I was just reading it. So Ms. Henn moved to amend her motion, and she moves that the board adopt the recommendations of the committee to reject the request to surplus the property as amended. Okay. So then now we can vote on the, so basically Ms. Henn amended her motion. So now we're voting on the amendment. Okay. So Ms. Gover, could we do a roll call vote then on the amendment?
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack? Yes. Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Chose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yeah.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Looks like is in favor of that. All right. And then just for clarification, Ms. Howie, do we then vote on the motion, or now that the motion was amended and that passed, then we just go on to the next one, or do we have to go back to the original motion?
So you'd vote on the motion as amended.
Okay. So now we've approved the amendment, so now we vote on the motion as amended.
Ms. Rowe?
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack? Yes. Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Chose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So that was number 29. And then next is item L30. And that is the MWE 828-21 Educational Facilities Master Plan and Comprehensive Maintenance Plan. There any questions on that? Any comments? Okay. So do I have a motion to approve item 130?
So moved, Offerman.
Thank you. And Ms. Gover, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack? Yes. Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yeah.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the next item on the agenda is the consideration of the curricula changes for the 2022-23 and 2023-24. And for that, I call on the Curriculum Committee Chair, Ms. Cheryl Pasteur.
As outlined in Policy and Rule 6000, each year staff from the Division of Curriculum and Instruction present new courses of study for approval. At the May Board Curriculum Committee meeting, staff presented an overview of new courses to be developed for the 22-23 and 22-24 school years and beyond. Courses being developed span multiple academic content areas, including, for example, new courses in dance, music, and science, proposed changes to CTE college dual credit for P-TECH, In May, the board curriculum committee voted unanimously to approve these new and proposed course offerings. And Ms. Scott, I submit them today to the full board for approval as outlined in policy and rule 6000.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the curriculum committee's recommendation on the proposed changes to curricula for the 2022-23 and 23-24 school year?
So moved, Mac.
Offerman.
Second, Mac.
Thank you. No second is needed as it comes from the committee, but thank you. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, who is that?
Josh Mahamza.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Mahamza.
Yeah, I was sadly unable to join the last CNI committee meeting, but my only question was for the P-TECH program, how many schools currently host this program, and is there a requirement that it has to be near a community college? Because the reason I know of this program is my school has it, and I believe some of the lessons are taught at the high school, and also others are taught at the local CCBC, the community college. Is that also a requirement? So 2 parts to that question: how many schools have this program, and
Thank you, Mr. Mahamza. I will ask Ms. Shea to respond briefly to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Great question. Yes, you are correct. One, we actually have 3 elements of partnership. So it's the school system, a community college, and we also have to have industry partners for the P-TECH program because of the internship piece that goes with it. So we currently have the P-TECH program, as you know, in Dundalk High School, and then we recently expanded it on the west side at Owings Mills High School as well.
Okay. And is it a program where, let's say, a student at Tapsco, I believe, is the closest high school to Dundalk. Is that a program where students can apply to participate in, like a magnet program?
It is not currently offered as a magnet program, which is typically, so we currently draw specifically from students already slated for those schools.
Okay. And it's similar, like, it's a similar curriculum kind of what like we would see in a magnet program. Am I correct? Or slightly
These
different?
particular programs, we do have computer-aided drafting design and some of the similar engineering-type coursework in other magnet programs, yes, but the P-TECH program and the design, that's the partnership with the industry partners and the community college, are unique to these 2 P-TECH programs.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Sure. Great question. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shea.
Ms. Causey, did you have a question? I can't tell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to appreciate Josh's questions and appreciate that staff was given the opportunity to address them. I understand that he couldn't attend the curriculum committee, but it is important for board members to be able to ask their questions and get them answered.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey? Ms.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Meck?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay. And the next item on the agenda is the consideration of the 2021-2022 organizational chart per board policy 2310. And for that, I call on Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you stated in the policy, it reads, annually, the superintendent shall prepare an organizational chart and submit it to the board for approval. The organizational chart shall include the positions that report directly to the superintendent in positions at the executive director level and above. All organizational changes involving positions that report directly to the superintendent or positions at the executive director level and above shall be submitted to the board for its approval. Tonight, I present the organizational chart for this upcoming school year. Ms. Scott, I turn it back to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I was on mute. May I have a motion to approve the 2021-2022 organizational chart per board policy 2310?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Offerman.
Thank you. It was moved by Mr. Mahamza, seconded by Mr. Offerman. Any discussion? Some questions? Hearing none. Okay, Ms. Scover, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe? Ms. Rowe?
Abstain.
Ms. Causey?
No.
Ms. Mack? No. Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Mr. Mahamsa?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Favor is 5.
Okay. So that means that it did not pass. It required 7 to pass, correct? Sorry, it required 7 to pass, so that means that the motion fails. Okay. So given that the motion fails, then I wanted to find out from Dr. Williams, does that put us out of compliance with policy 2310?
I would defer to legal counsel on that, please.
Okay, would that be Ms. Howie?
Ms.
So,
Howard.
members of the board, the superintendent has complied, has provided to the board for the board's approval his organizational chart for the 21-22 school year.
Okay, so then we're not out of compliance then with policy 2310 because the superintendent has provided that to us?
The superintendent has followed board policy. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, so we will move on then. Oh, it looks like there's a question from Mr. Mahamza. Yes?
Yeah. Just going off that your question, Madam Chair, I would like to know, in the new organization chart, there were new positions that were listed. Dr. Williams, were people interviewed for these positions, or was there an announcement for job opening for these positions prior to today?
Based on the policy, I presented executive director and above. There was one position where we renamed it as executive director of instructional technology and education options. That position still exists. It is vacant. We just approved someone for that position tonight. The second is a director level that I don't have to seek approval, but in the chart it shows a director of communication.
So, sorry. So the changes in the org chart already filled? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, I'm trying to understand.
One of the positions was filled tonight.
So since the board didn't approve that chart, what would like the title of that individual be? Would it remain as what's happening?
It would remain, unless legal counsel will correct me, it will remain as the previous position as executive director of educational options.
Okay.
That's correct.
Is that okay? Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next looks like it's Mr. Offerman has a question.
Actually, Dr. Williams just answered mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, the next item on the agenda is the consideration of the privately funded capital projects. And for that, I call on Ms. Byers.
So good evening, Chair Scott, Vice Chair Henn, Superintendent Williams, and members of the board. Tonight, I bring forward for approval a privately funded capital improvement project to erect a 30-foot by 40-foot stadium pavilion at Hereford High School. This project, including the maintenance, is being funded by Taylor's Tribe, Inc. Taylor's Tribe, Inc. was founded by Matthew Cunningham in memory of his son, Taylor, who passed away in a traffic accident while he was a senior at Hereford High School. In his memory, Taylor's Tribe, Inc. was created to give back to a community that was important to Taylor. The total cost of this project and the value of the donation is $82,267. Of that, $52,637 is for materials from American Landscape Structures and labor costs that are $29,630 from the Stratus Masonry Company. This building will be maintenance-free for at least 25 years, other than wood stain needed periodically, which will be handled by Taylor's Tribe, Inc., in partnership with the Hereford High School Boosters Club. The donor is responsible for any cost overruns as well as any maintenance cost beyond the 25 years. The quotes and the design guidelines have been approved by the Baltimore County Public Schools Department of Facilities Management. This pavilion will serve many purposes for both the school and the community. It will be used as instructional spaces for classes in the physical education department and for classes like art and science, who often perform outdoor lessons. It will provide a gathering place for community groups such as scouts and teams, as well as school activity groups. The structure will also provide shelter for those using the stadium and visiting teams. In accordance with Policy and Rule 7330, this request has progressed through all of the normal internal processes for review. Following board approval, the goal is to have this project completed before school starts in the fall. The estimated timeline for completion is 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you for that. May I have a motion to approve the privately funded capital project for Hereford High School's Stadium Pavilion?
So moved, Ms. Causey.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Causey. I just wanted to make a brief comment.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate staff working on this and bringing it forward for completion. And I just wanted to recognize Mr. Matthew and Kim Cunningham in contributing to what is going to help the entire school and community as they honor the memory of their son. So we greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Okay. Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote, please?
And can I get a clarification on who seconded?
Oh, I believe it was seconded by Ms. Henn.
Thank you. Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Mr. Mahamza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman? Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries. All right. And Ms. Byers, please present the next item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also bring forward for your approval a privately funded capital improvement project to install batting cages at Pikesville High School. This project is being funded and maintained by the Greater Pikesville Recreation and Parks Council baseball program. The total cost for this project and the value of the donation from the Greater Pikesville Recreation and Parks Council is $16,588. Of that, the batting cage system costs $13,500 and the installation costs $3,088. The total value, again, is $16,588. The installation of these batting cages will provide new equipment for both the physical education program and the high school athletic program at Pikesville High School. It is also going to benefit the community at large with improved facilities for the recreation program. The Myers Construction Company will be installing the batting cages. The system will include 2 cages that are side by side, but 2 feet apart, and they will be located behind Pikesville High School, just south of the baseball field. The Greater Pikesville Recreation and Parks Council will continue to pay for any maintenance of the batting cages as the need arises. In accordance with Policy and Rules 7330, this request has also progressed through all of our normal internal processes for review. Following board approval, the estimated timeline for this project is 2 to 3 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. May I have a motion to approve the privately funded?
So,
okay, well, we have to move it first, then discussion.
oh, I'm so sorry.
So may I have a motion to approve the privately funded capital project for Pikesville High School's batting cages?
So moved, Ms. Pastor.
Thank you, Ms. Pastor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second row.
Lots of seconds there. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Yes, Ms. Pastor.
thank you. I want to thank the Recreation and Parks Council for doing this, because it not only benefits, as was said, it not only benefits the school, but it does uplift the facilities for the community. So a big thank you to them, and thank you to the board for what I hope be your vote.
Thank you. Ms. Gilbert, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Yes.
Ms. Mack? Yes. Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahamsa?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. Okay. And next, the next report on the agenda, the next item on the agenda is the report on board policies. This is the first reader for these policies. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept this report of the committee's recommendation to amend the following board policies. Policy 1320, renumbered to 5321, contests sponsored by external organizations, renamed as student participation in contests sponsored by outside organizations. Policy 3231, vendor performance evaluation. Policy 5420, health services. Policy 5430, psychological services, renamed to psychological services and positive behavior supports. The Policy Review Committee has moved Policy 2372, tobacco-free and smoke-free school environment, to the full board without a recommendation. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibit P. They are also presented for public comment prior to the final vote. So do I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the board's Policy Review Committee?
So moved, Molly Jose.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? Yes, it looks like there is a question from Ms. Causey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify for our listening public that this is first reader of these policies.
Correct. I said that at the top. This is the first reader for these policies. Yes.
Thank you. And I would also like to say that there are some questions that I had in terms of reviewing Policy 3231 and Policy 5430. There was, I was at the Policy Review Committee, but I do not believe that there was sufficient discussion on 3231 and Policy 5430, especially in reevaluating the reopening of schools and the social emotional health of the students. So I will be abstaining from moving these forward to second reader. Also, for Policy 3231, I would like, I think it would be helpful for the superintendent to provide to the board the draft of the superintendent's rules related to the specifics around the evaluation of contracts related to the volume, the dollar volume, and also the timing. So
thank you.
Dr. Williams could reply to the draft question.
Oh, okay. You asked if he could provide an email. I mean, is that something that could be emailed to the board?
Sure. Or attached to board docs.
Or attached to board docs, yes. Dr. Williams, does that sound feasible for you?
I will follow up with the team. Thank you, Chair Scott.
Thank you. Okay, great. And then it looks like there's a question from Ms. Rowe.
Yes, I just had a question about the policy for use of facilities by outside groups. And I wanted to know if any of the changes to the policy impact our shared use of facilities agreements with the county. And it's my understanding from members of the rec board, the county rec board, that there was some negotiation issues with the shared use of facilities agreement with the county. And I wondered if Dr. Williams could speak to that as it relates to this policy, and if the changes that we're making to this policy affect that and how.
And Ms. Rowe, could you clarify which policy number are you referring to?
Hang on, I'm not very quick at toggling screens.
And Dr. Williams, while she's looking for that, if you know, do you know which one she's referring to and the answer to that? 5321, it looks like someone put in the chat.
Policy 5321, it looks like.
But yes, it was originally policy 1320, renumbered to 5321, contest sponsored by external organizations, renamed as student participation in contests sponsored by outside organizations.
Dr. Scriven, would you be able to respond?
Yes, so Madam Chair and Ms. Rowe, if we're referencing this year specifically, we have upgraded our protocol with working with Park and Rec specifically. And when under this pandemic, it has created some unique circumstances where we have met with them when needed on a weekly basis to determine what was going to be permitted versus what was not with respect to use on fields and in terms of indoor use and also with their before and after cares. With the specific questions around contests, I would need to do some additional research with the team and can circle back. But we do have a very fluid partnership with Park and Recs, which we've made a priority, especially under the conditions that we were dealing with this year.
So maybe Ms. Howie could answer my question then in light of that. Does anything in this policy limit our ability to have the same kind of agreements that we've had in the past with the county about shared use of facilities agreements?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
Ms. Causey?
Abstain.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Mr. Mahomsa?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur? Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So it looks like our next item is public comment, and this is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. The members of the board appreciate hearing from interested citizens as appropriate. We will refer your concerns to the superintendent for follow-up by his staff. The Board of Education will conduct the public comment portion of the meeting by allowing those who registered to call in by phone. Registration was open to the public 1 week prior to tonight's board meeting and was closed at 3 p.m. yesterday for anyone wishing to speak at this evening's meeting. Board practice limits to 10 the number of speakers at a regularly scheduled board meeting. Speakers were selected randomly using an electronic selection process from all registrations received within the designated time frame. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board. Of course, if fewer than 10 registrations are received, all who registered will be permitted to speak. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. We encourage everyone to utilize existing dispute resolution processes as appropriate. I remind everyone that inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order. I ask speakers to observe the 3-minute limit and conclude remarks when time has expired and you hear the tone. The call will be ended and it could be turned off if a speaker addresses specific student or employee matters or is commenting on matters not related to public education in Baltimore County. If not selected, the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcps.org. More information is provided on the board's website at bcps.org under Board of Education, participation by the public. So, it is the practice of the board to allow our stakeholders and our group leaders to speak first. So it looks like our first speaker is Ms. Cindy Sexton from TAPCO.
Good evening, Chairwoman Scott, Vice Chair Henn, Dr. Williams, and members of the board. First, a special congratulations and thank you to Josh Mahamza. Josh, thanks for your service and the best of luck to you in your future endeavors. The end of the seemingly longest school year is finally in our sights. It truly has been a year filled with circumstances and challenges we never imagined. As our school year winds down, our educators are already gearing up for summer school and, yes, even next year. We cannot be sure of what will await us in August. Masks, social distancing, even more hand sanitizer. There are many unanswered questions, but we all know one thing for certain. Our students will need their educators. This Board of Ed and BCPS leadership have repeatedly stated during the pandemic, after the ransomware, with all the instructional changes and with all the challenges from everything we faced this year, we have heard you praise our educators for their ability to adjust, pivot, teach on the fly, and just figure it out. But now is the time to show our educators in a tangible way. Last year, the 5 union leaders stood behind Dr. Williams and supported a budget that gave no step and a 1% COLA because we did not know how the pandemic would affect funding from Baltimore County. Things were not as dire as predicted on the financial front. This year, TABCO negotiated for a step and a 2% COLA. We know the County Council did not fund the COLA until January 2022. But there is no excuse or reason that is possibly acceptable to this board that our educators should not get that entire 2% COLA beginning in July 2021. With everything our educators went through this year, the very least you can do is show them that you value all their time, effort, and their commitment to our students. The difference between 2% in January and 2% in July for TABCO is less than $7 million. For all 5 bargaining units, it is less than $10 million. That is less than 0.5% of the budget. It is unconscionable that we even have to bring this up. Given that over $337 million will be received by BCPS and federal grant monies, there surely can be a way to find this money for our employees. In a $2 billion budget, there simply must be a way to show our educators that they are valued and we want to keep them in BCPS teaching our students. Pay our educators the 2% COLA beginning in July. While they deserve far more than this for all they do, they certainly deserve no less. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton. So that concludes our stakeholder groups. Next, we have general comment from our public. And let's see. So yes, next is general public comment, and our first speaker is Megan Hughes. Ms. Hughes, you can go ahead.
Yes, hold on one second. Is there any possible way I can go behind someone? You guys are way ahead, and unfortunately, I'm driving my 3 kids home. I'm just looking for a safe place to pull over.
I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem. Ms. Gover, is that something we can accommodate? I'm sure we can.
We can put her to the end.
Okay, we'll put you towards the end.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we will have Ms. Claire Carberry.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair Scott, Superintendent Williams, the members of the Board of Education and guests. My name is Claire Carberry, and I am the president of Carver Center Foundation, mother of 3 students of the Baltimore County Public School System, and a graduate of the school system myself. I would like to start by sharing a quote from George Washington Carver, the well-known scientist, artist, naturalist, activist, and namesake of our organization and our school, who said, "Where there is no vision, there is no hope." These words have been the driving force of our efforts in the face of myriad challenges this past year, from the fear of the pandemic to transitioning to virtual learning environments, including missed proms and graduations, the trauma of racial injustice and the added complications and disruptions of the malware attack added deeply to the instability of our student community and our families. Your vote tonight to protect and hold sacred the campus of Carver Center is more than just a matter of square footage. It's a matter of creating the much-needed stability and reverence for a culture and a process that, through the vision of its founders, continues to foster that community, one deeply entrenched in expression, connection, activism, and action for all. A question arose in my mind over the past few days. What does it say about our business ecosystem that a company with good intentions to provide better care for the elderly and those needing rehabilitation needs to petition a school board to take its land and bail them out on a regulatory matter? How do we protect our school resources from the 11 other businesses and the detention center surrounding our campus? We look to the Board of Education to enact protective measures for the future to help us continue to pursue our vision without fear of losing our footing. I agree with the Board of Education that it's not the board's responsibility, nor that of the students or Carver Center community, to solve the problems of our surrounding businesses. This may not be our responsibility, though personally I empathize with their struggles of our neighbors. I hope that a solution can be found that will preserve and protect Carver Center's campus while helping our neighboring businesses thrive. I would like to thank the thousands of engaged citizens who amplified the message of our all-volunteer communications team and the quick action of our families and supporters to preserve their shared vision, that an education focusing on arts and technology fosters a future of expression, connection, and innovation. On behalf of the entire Carver Center Foundation community, comprised of students, teachers, administrators and staff, alumni, parents and guardians, community members, and dedicated volunteers, we thank you, the Board of Education of Baltimore County, for protecting that vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carberry. Next, we have Ms. Barbara Willett. Ms. Willett, you can go ahead.
Ms. Scott, Ms. Willett is not on the call. You can take the next one.
Okay. We have Mr. Michael Dykman. Mr. Dykman, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am the administrator of the Orchard Hill Nursing Home located at 111 West Road. The nursing home has 135 beds and was acquired about 3 years ago. The nursing home is very committed to the improving patient care and the community as a whole. We have spent millions of dollars to renovate the facility and have upgraded most of the facility, including patient rooms, and creating a brand new therapy gym. I'm speaking today to discuss an issue that the whole area has, which is a significant parking problem. Patients, families, visitors, and employees spend lots of time trying to find parking, and some visitors don't come to the facility to visit their loved ones during certain times because of this problem. Sometimes staff cannot start their shift at the beginning of the shift due to this issue. We're asking for a parcel of land at the end of Carver School behind the tennis courts that is about 30 feet wide and 250 feet long to add additional parking. This parking can help alleviate the street parking issues suffered by the entire community by taking about 30 cars off the street. That is a very significant improvement that will help all the neighboring businesses as well as the school. In fact, this new parking can also be used by the school at nights and weekends. People have mentioned that the parcel of land would take the entire hill behind the tennis courts. In fact, the parking lot would continue in a parallel line to the existing retaining wall next to the baseball diamond and would still leave most of the hill. However, since part of the hill would be taken and we would be told that the hill is used for training, the facility would be willing to create another hill or berm for the students to use. I've heard some concerns that have been raised about designating this parcel as surplus. One concern related is environmental concerns and the current LEED certifications the school has. My team has spoken with engineers and have assured me that this parking lot would not impact that LEED designation, and if somehow someone thought it would, there are several ways to design the parking lot to preserve the LEED status. Some people have mentioned that the Carver School is already one of the smallest schools in the area, and that giving away any land would be avoided because of that fact. I appreciate that concern. However, this land can be used to help alleviate significant parking problems the area has. Removing 30 cars from the street will have a cascading improvement for the whole area. Also, the nursing home is willing to provide several benefits to the school in exchange for this land. Some people have said that the internship program that the nursing home has proposed would not be of interest to the students or convenient to the students because the students would prefer to do community service or an internship program around where they live. I'm surprised by that because the school is in such close proximity to the nursing home and will be very convenient of any interest in students. I also believe that exposing students to a medical setting can help broaden the experience of the students and pique their interest in a field that may not be familiar with. In addition, the nursing home has proposed through previous conversations to purchase or build bleachers for spectators to watch tennis matches as well as provide scholarships to students. We believe this is a win-win-win situation. The nursing facility will be able to add parking, which can be used by visitors and staff, which would thereby alleviate much of the program in the area, the problems in the area. It can also be used by students and families on nights and weekends. And the students in the school will receive funding and infrastructure improvements. I hope that the board approves this land as surplus, but if not, I ask that we have a dialogue.
Okay, thank you for that. And next, it looks like we have Miss Mary Taylor. Miss Taylor, if you're there, you may go ahead.
She's coming on right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, if you're there, Ms. Taylor, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Good evening, Board of Education members. My name is Mary Taylor. I am a Baltimore County resident, taxpayer, and voting constituent, and I'm the Vice President of the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition, respectively. I'm speaking tonight to request from members of the Baltimore County Board of Education to send a resolution letter to Dr. Salmon or make a motion this evening to consider lifting the mask mandate in schools for in-person students for the end of the school year, summer learning hike program, and into the fall for the new school year 2021-2022. Putting aside the low likelihood of students, particularly elementary and middle school age children, to contract or spread COVID, and with every staff member, teacher, and some teenage students have been given the opportunity to receive the vaccine, gives way to create a strong argument for lifting the mask mandate requirement. Also, Baltimore County positivity rate has been on the decline since April 15th. Today's positivity rate is under 1%. That combined with the vaccination rates of adults over 18 shows the risk of the virus is no longer an emergency that justifies modified schools and the continuation of masking the children regardless of their vaccination status. The mask requirement creates significant learning distractions for students as well as instructional and communication challenges. Masks also contribute to anxiety and panic-related health issues, as well as breathing difficulties for those students who suffer from asthma. Have you ever heard a child who is crying out, "I can't breathe" with this mask on?
while I have, and so have many parents, it's heartbreaking. Children are reporting to their parents they are getting headaches and just don't feel well after having a mask on for 6 to 8 hours a day. And let's be clear, hotter temperatures make mask wearing even more difficult and distracting. And with the rest of the school year, the summer hike learning program, and the opening of the fall school year being during the hottest months of the year, plus riding in a non-air conditioned school bus, should also give reason to end this mask mandate requirement now. We should be doing everything we can to greatly contribute to the comfort of our students and create a more pleasant social and emotional learning environment. In addition, the numbers clearly do not show that requiring masks is no longer needed. Parents who still want their children to wear them should still have the option, as should faculty and staff. Governor Hogan ended the mask mandate on May 15th, and that indoor mandate would be lifted as soon as 70% of adults received at least one dose of a vaccine, and that happened on May the 30th. But unfortunately, Governor Hogan forgot to lift that mandate for our school-aged children. And once again, he has left the burden to make those decisions on local county school boards. The burden is yours. Someone on the board, please do the right thing and stand up for these kids and let those kids remove their masks and give them a voice for choice. I also like to thank Kathleen Causey for continuing to remind the board that schools are not open 5 days a week. We still need to be talking about reopening.
Great, that's time. Thank you. Ms. Gover, you said that Ms. Megan Hughes is available. Is she back with us?
Oh, I am like, I thought that there's still a few more talkers.
There are.
Is it okay if I go last? I'm like 3 minutes from home.
Okay, certainly. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Ms. Kristen Goldstraw. Ms. Goldstraw, if you're there, please go ahead.
Ms. Scott, could you go back to Ms. Willett?
Oh, Ms. Willett, she's on? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Barbara Willett.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Madam Chair, Dr. Williams, board members, I am Barbara Willett, retired county teacher. There are 3 types of schedules available to our high schools. The 8-period day used by Franklin High, the A-Day, B-Day schedule used by the rest, and a combined semester block and A-Day, B-Day schedule, allowed once again, but not yet used after 7 years. This third option allows AP classes to run year-long on an A-Day, B-Day schedule, with most other classes running in semesters. Talk about the best of 2 schedules. This one is it. Last summer, 18 out of 24 high schools chose to use a 4-period semester schedule for virtual. Has BCPS followed up to see how that went? A Franklin High PTSA meeting last night revealed the parents found the 4-period days to be beneficial. They don't want to return to the 8-period day in the fall and insist on a schedule change. An A-Day, B-Day schedule would be far superior to an 8-period day, and they know it. The former superintendent cited 2 reasons for eliminating that third schedule, the combined A-Day, B-Day, and semester schedule: instruction gaps and student mobility. Hereford's test scores increased after implementing that schedule. Among other reasons, BCPS counts students who transferred to private schools and even students who died in their mobility percentages. They are very misleading percentages. One former student said today, the semester block schedule had a drastic beneficial effect on my grades. I went from a horrible year at Delaney to making honor roll at Hereford. There's talk that BCPS has told high school principals to return to their 2019 schedules. Is this a rumor or a directive? A few good things resulted from this year. Technology competency has improved for all. And if you ask, you'll find the 4-period semester classes were a good choice for those 18 high schools for reasons that still exist. Parents, students, and communities are at the top of your organizational structure and expect to be heard when they have reasonable demands and not dismissed due to red tape. You cut that red tape last summer when preparing for a demanding year. Next year will be equally demanding. The petition about schedules I've mailed to you has over 700 signatures. All of us are paying attention, especially those in my Hereford family. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Kristen Goldstraw. Ms. Goldstraw, if you're there, you can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, I am here. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, yes, Ms. Goldstraw, if you're ready, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Scott, Vice Chairwoman Henn, Dr. Williams, members of the Board of Education, and guests. I would like to start off by saying thank you for your dedication and service to the stakeholders of BCPS, with a special thank you to Joshua Mahomza for all of his hard work and wonderful example for all of the students of BCPS. Congratulations on your upcoming graduation, along with all of your accomplishments, especially as a BSA Eagle Scout. You represent the organization and the Chesapeake District outstandingly. I had planned to speak to you this evening about the request to deem the parcel of Carver Center property as surplus. As a proud Carver Center class of 1997 alumni, wife of a class of 1996 alumni, sibling to a class of 2002 alumni, former staff member and parent of a current junior at Carver Center, I appreciate your support. I'm pleased to say thank you for hearing the stakeholders' request of opposition. While I can sympathize with the request made by Orchard Hill for a need to find additional parking, it can't be at the cost to current and future Carver students and staff. To allow this would set a precedent that all schools have space for the taking if the price is right, and that is simply not true. I could ask you to take a long walk down memory lane with me, having spent 4 fantastic years as a student and 2 years as a staff member in the old building. But I will keep it short. It was a place where students had never met, came together, gathered for opening assemblies, leaders for pep rallies and performances, to watch each other play sports and to train for those sports. Where parents sat and cheered on their children who played baseball, softball, soccer, field hockey, and lacrosse. It was a wonderful location for art students of all kinds to gather and create. From a personal perspective, I can tell you that my oldest son ran and played there as a toddler, while his father and I coached the Carver boys lacrosse team and cheerleading teams respectively. It was and still is a safe place to gather for drills and classes of all kinds. Currently, art, science, and other classroom teachers use the space for collaborative learning. The area is a rally space for Alice drills, as well as other safety procedures, and parents gather to support our current tennis team. With time comes change. The property has seen many changes. It has been part of the Baltimore County school system since the late 1930s, when it was a segregated school, then became offices, and then Central Vocational School, followed by the opening of Carver Center for Arts and Technology in the fall of 1993. It was and has always been a small campus, and the new building was strategically placed on that space. The new building brings with it so much positivity. You can walk on that campus and feel the energy that was there on that first day in 1993. They turn over a large percentage of post-secondary bound graduates annually, with record-breaking scholarships awarded. It is the pride of Baltimore County. However, it uses up a large amount of green space.
That's the timer.
That was once there. Okay, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. And next looks like we have Ryan Burton. Mr. Burt, if you're there, you can go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to share. So I obviously, I'm a graduate of Carver. I graduated in 2001, so I've been there since the old school. And then I'm also recently joined the foundation, Carver Center Foundation board. And then I also have a lot of experience just throughout Baltimore in property management. And for those 3 reasons, there's a lot of reasons, I guess, why, I'd love to be against or opposed the construction lot or the parking lot that is proposed. I think it's if we were building, let's say, a space where it was in, a park or something that could be shared by the students, but instead it's going to probably disrupt that whole ecosystem, that environment. And then I think it's taking away from a school that already doesn't have a lot of land. So I just wanted to kind of voice my support in not selling that. That's all. Keep it brief.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yes, no. Thank you for your comments. Next, it looks like we have Ms. Jen Reed-Holm. Ms. Holm, if you're there, you can go ahead, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you. Since no one responds to emails, I'm glad I'm able to speak this evening, so perhaps I can get some actual answers. The reopening agenda has been left off tonight's agenda. As a reminder, that reopening agenda was supposed to stay on the agenda until schools were fully reopened, and as it stands, they are not, because we're at 4 days and not 5. This agenda item is also supposed to include academic performance, and by removing the reopening agenda item, as Dr. Hager pointed out a few weeks ago, removes the discussion regarding the academic performance. I'm requesting this agenda item be added back on tonight. Many parents and staff are eager to hear about the fall and what will exactly be happening, as well as the latest information on the academic reports. These two very important topics cannot be missed. The State Board of Education did not gloss over the glaring failures of our school system that we've endured during virtual learning, from cut curriculum, reduced learning hours, to failing grades and poor attendance rates. This school board should not ignore it either. Transparency is what everyone has been asking for, but by removing the discussion, it shows you are hiding something. When will parents also get Schoology back? I've been patiently waiting to turn off the many daily alerts, and currently I cannot adjust them in any way. Students and staff, including substitute teachers, have received their access back, but why not parents? Is anyone in IT even aware of this? This needs to be made a priority. It's been nearly 7 months, and this is unacceptable at this point. Parents would also like to know if students can keep their laptops this summer in order to complete the summer learning hike program like they did last year. This was incredibly helpful for families who don't have computers or have parents who work and need their own computers for their jobs. What else will BCPS be doing to address the incredible learning loss from this year? Statistics from the State Board of Education was alarming. BCPS must do better. This must be addressed so kids do not fall further behind their peers in the state and around the country. Every student needs to be brought up to grade level on all subjects and should be challenged to go beyond. Also, currently, kindergarten 6th and 9th graders who have remained 100% virtual this year have missed out on new student orientation. That means in the fall, 1st to 7th and 10th graders will need to be provided the opportunity to return to the classrooms without the other grades, so they can have an orientation, as they will need more time to adjust to a new building and back to in-person learning after being absent from the classroom for over 18 months. These orientations are imperative for these grade levels. Finally, our schools teach science, don't they? So let's actually use science to back up what we're teaching our kids. It's time to remove the mask. A voice for choice. It's too hot, and before you have bigger problems on your hands with kids passing out or worse, it's time to get rid of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Amy Adams. Miss Adams, if you're there, you can go ahead. Miss Adams?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Chair Scott, Vice Chair Henn, Dr. Williams, and Board of Education members. First, I want to say congratulations to Mr. Mahumza on all of his impressive accomplishments and his graduation. Best of luck to you on your future journey. Second, I wanted to thank you to the board for directing the school system to bring back more kids into school last month. My 3 children, particularly my elementary and middle students, are thriving once again in school with their wonderful teachers and peers. I do have some concerns with the agenda for this evening, which is now almost completed. Why isn't reopening on the agenda? The motion passed with a majority of the board members to have it as a standing agenda item until schools are fully reopened. And Ms. Scott, they are not fully reopened. I would appreciate hearing a reflection or an evaluation of what practices worked this year and what challenges were identified. How will lessons learned this year impact next year's plans? Why isn't academic reporting from the 3rd marking period on the agenda for this evening? Data was presented at the State Board of Education on May 25th. Failure rates for both 2nd and 3rd marking period this year are much higher compared to the same 2 marking periods last year across all ages and all subjects.
failure rates for high school students seem to decrease for the comparing second and third quarter. What impacted these changes? Middle school and elementary school failure rates increased from the second quarter of this year to the third quarter. What impacted these rates? What is the plan to address this? Also, why is public comment listed on the agenda as item Q instead of item E as in previous meetings? Policies and contracts have already been discussed and voted on prior to the public's input. Public emails are also no longer printed on and attached to board docs. How are these two changes in accordance with the participation by the public and community and family engagement policies? When will the Board of Education meetings be held in person and open for the public attend? I would gladly be there. Baltimore County is currently in the low range of yellow transmission zone according to the CDC. Today's metrics have Baltimore County at 0.9% positivity with 1.9 cases per 100,000. All of our metrics have been dropping for 8 weeks. Most indoor, outdoor, and capacity restrictions have been lifted in the county and state. Please start to have the conversation about removing the mask mandate for children in school. All citizens over the age of 12 who want the vaccine have now had the opportunity to get it. It scientifically does not matter if children are vaccinated because the rates of the virus have dropped so low. Many other states, even Carroll County right next door, are moving in this direction. We need to nurture our children, ease their fears related to this virus, and promote the safety of schools. Encourage them to interact with their peers. We need to restore the human connection within our communities. I speak as a parent, a community member, and a leader of the Baltimore County Parent Student Coalition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Sharon Seraph. Ms. Seraph, if you're there, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I would first like to thank BCPS for listening to the voices of parents and reopening the registration window for the Virtual Learning Academy for the 2021-22 school year. Continuum of service. In the realm of special education, it refers to services provided to students with special needs inside and outside general education. A continuum of service is necessary to provide a free and appropriate public education. This year, the virtual platform provided a continuum of services to students with special needs, along with performing arts classes, magnet classes, and AP classes. Virtual learning will continue to be offered next year alongside in-person learning, but it will not offer a full continuum of service. Virtual learning has opened doors to success for many students with special needs. Some of them are my clients. One of them is my goddaughter. The chat option provided opportunities for students to participate in their learning and lessen the anxiety around requesting assistance and voicing their knowledge. Breakout rooms provided a distraction for a free environment, provided for one-on-one and small group instruction distraction-free in a way that overcrowded buildings cannot provide. Virtual learning provided more accessibility for students with mobility issues. Many students thrived with special needs on the virtual environment. They thrived better than they did in person. This has been true for students receiving their services in general education, as well as self-contained special education classes. Yet BCPS is making a concerted effort to discourage students with special needs to participate in virtual learning. And I'm not the only one that feels that way. Just today, I was told that a parent had difficulty with their IEP team finding out what the continuum of service was going to be for their child in the virtual environment. Parents have been told the only children that should be on the virtual environment is those in general ed. We have all heard the saying, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. If the child is currently successful, why are we against continuing to provide the level of service in the least restrictive environment that produced that success? BCPS needs
Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like our last speaker for general public comment is Megan Hughes. Ms. Hughes, you can go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Williams and members of the board. My name is Megan Hughes. First, I want to say thank you to the many board members that voted for finally opening school 4 days for the middle and high school students at the last board meeting. Although tonight I would like to discuss my concern and disappointment with taking reopening off the agenda. First of all, I'm relieved that my children had a few 4-day school weeks before the end of the year, but 4 days is not fully reopened. Also, in a previous board meeting, it was argued that academic reports did not need to be a separate agenda item because it would fall under reopening. Now with reopening off the agenda, will there be no discussion about the third quarter grades? Did you know that there was a 10-fold or 1,000% increase in failing grades for ELA and math for middle school students compared to third quarter last year? And that's with easier grading practices that allows work to be turned in late and some grades moved from the major minor category to the practice category. I get that many students had different home situations, and this has been a completely crazy year for everyone. So administrators and teachers probably wanted their students to succeed as much as possible given the circumstances. However, what did these academic reports really tell us? We know that they have received far less instructional hours this year, and I've covered that in previous public comment. Regular curriculum has had to be curtailed due to the reduction in instructional hours, and many more kids are failing. From talking to many parents, I think so many students were totally checked out with virtual learning. The students are allowed to have their videos off, which most middle and high school students did. Parents said they would find their children logged into their class but playing video games. I mean, many members of the board have had their videos off, and at times when your names have been called, it seems some were not paying attention. My point is that it's pretty easy to disengage or be distracted on virtual learning, and I think that's probably one factor in a large increase in failing grades. All of this seems to spell disaster for next year. Just recently, I heard that Wade Kearns, the coordinator for Advanced Academics GT, spoke at a recent meeting and stated the curriculum philosophy for next year is not remediation, but focus on current grade level skills. What about the skills that were missed this year? Many skills, especially in math and English, are like building blocks. You need the foundational skill to move to the next and so on. I.e., you need to be able to count to 10 before 100 and before 1,000. Similarly, you would need to understand the concept of addition before learning multiplication, and there are concepts that are covered in pre-algebra that are required to be successful in algebra. In writing, you need to understand the concept of nouns and verbs to begin writing sentences, and you need to understand how to write a sentence before writing a paragraph. I think you all get the idea. I'm just very concerned about what next year will look like and deeply disappointed that you decided to take reopening off the agenda. 4 days is not fully reopened. Even if you believe that 4 days is fully reopened, you should have kept it on the agenda to specifically discuss and address the latest academic reports. Was this purposeful so you wouldn't have to discuss the literal failures of this year? Again, I understand this year has been extremely stressful for many, and I'm sure most are looking forward to summer break. However, there needs to be a well-discussed plan for next year so students don't get further and further behind. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes our general public comment and our group speakers. So next is public comment on policies, and our first speaker for policy 1320, contest sponsored by external organizations, renumbered and renamed to 5321, student participation in contests sponsored by external organizations, as Diana Bergman. Ms. Bergman, if you're there, you may go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good evening. So I understand that policy 1320 is going to be changed and is now allowing contest sponsors by outside organizations that use BCPS property, which this is a good thing because I want to share with you some things about inequities that's happened throughout Baltimore County when we outside organizations use the BCPS facilities. Not every community has the financial influence to be able to do things like be able to get like a big organization to privately fund something. So other communities like the ones I live in the Southwest, what we used to do in the past was do things like contest sponsor. I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo when I'm talking. Do you hear that? Okay.
Yeah, we can, but we can hear you. So.
Okay. So the contest sponsors one thing, but what I wanted to talk about was We don't get permission either. If you're an outside organization running any kind of youth program, we don't get permission to add security cameras or an alarm system to be able to protect the stuff that we might collect to use for a contest. So this is a problem that keeps going on. Like some facilities, like Lansdowne High School has a snack shack. Arbutus Middle School has one too. Actually, the one in Arbutus just recently got broken into. And we don't even get permission to be able to change the locks there or anything. And it gets broken into a lot. Like when I was softball program director, my shack got broken into in one season twice, and they took all the kids' sports equipment. And these external organizations, they're community volunteer run. We don't have money like that. But we can't even get something as permission to be able to do that if somebody were to donate an alarm system to put it somewhere where we keep our sports equipment, or to be able to store things temporarily for a contest. So I'm asking to please consider allowing language that will make the transition easy for outside community organizations that use BCPS property to run community youth sports and programs, because they're very important to our community and our kids. Some of our kids can't afford like $120 to play a season of baseball, but they could make ends meet and probably pay baseball for like 50 or 70 bucks. And we can't replace this stuff when it's stolen, and it happens a lot. So I would like to see, in addition to the changes, to also address this, because it's very important to a lot of other underserved communities that struggle.
That's time. Thank you for that, Ms. Bergman. And it looks like next is public comment on policy 2372, tobacco-free and smoke-free school environment. And our first speaker is, again, Ms. Diana Bergman.
So policy 2372, I would like to provide a suggestion that maybe, we've had this for a long time, a tobacco-free, healthy lifestyle environment that we want to do. Sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, we can, but we are getting some feedback. I'm not sure.
Now?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
It's a little better. We are getting still some feedback.
Yeah. I don't know if there's some static, but this is regarding maybe adding a suggestion, like the U.S. Army has recently launched in the past few years, like a quitting program. So if you catch an employee or even a student using tobacco in one of our school sites, that there is a program available to give them, to educate them so they could quit. This will help actually be more productive if you take this approach than just fining people for violating a tobacco-free zone. And it's actually been working really good across multiple Army installations as they move to having a tobacco-free, healthy lifestyle improvement. So that's kind of my take, that I don't see that. And when someone's trying to quit smoking as a smoker, it hurts. You can't stop cold turkey if you don't have the proper support. And they lose lack of sleep. It's just very difficult. But if you educate the person and give them options and the proper support, then you could really be more proactive and have a productive, tobacco-free, healthy lifestyle in all our BCPS properties.
Thank you. And next on public comment is on policy 3231, vendor performance evaluation. And our first speaker is, or our only speaker again, is Ms. Diana Bergman.
So regarding policy for non-instructional service purchasing vendor performance, I'm not exactly sure if this is the right policy, but sometimes vendors fail to follow the proper procedure when they're using BCPS property and they're selling stuff. And then there's no actual process to report someone that might be doing that on BCPS property. So it could be someone that is selling something that they're missing on BCPS property, like the parking lot of the school, and they're collecting funds, but they don't even have an actual vendor license. So I think there should be a place where you could report that, and that could be addressed, so then that person would get a legit permit and vendor license to sell whatever that product is.
Okay. Thank you. And next is public comment on policy 5420, health services. And our first speaker is Ms. Sharon Saroff.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Looking at this policy, this is concerning health services. And this is something that I have been dealing with recently, I would say for the past 5 years, because I have clients who are in need of having a well-trained nurse on the campus where they attend, and that is not happening. I have students who have seizure disorders, have a disorder called POTS, which causes one thing is tachycardia, and they have to make sure they have a drink with them all the time. I have a student who has a feeding tube, and the nurse at the school doesn't even know how to mix up the formula that goes into that feeding tube. And these are things that are important for these students to have success in the school environment. And the parents shouldn't have to come up to the school building and mix the formula for the students because the nurse can't do it. Or the parent should be able to expect the nurse to provide training to the rest of the staff in the building so that she doesn't have to get multiple letters to provide to teachers so that they understand what the child is dealing with a particular health concern. So I think that Baltimore County, when they need to say more than just a registered nurse being in every single school, and that also is not happening. You need to make sure that the people that are there are trained to actually deal with multiple concerns that are going to be happening at schools K through 12, because they are happening and these kids are not getting service properly. So this is what I have to say about this.
Thank you. And it looks like our next speaker for Board Policy 5420, Health Services, and is Ms. Diana Bergman.
Hi. Yeah, I want to echo what Sharon was saying. I would like to share an experience too that I've noticed related to health services. Sometimes, depending on the school and the health services that you have, you might have some children that significantly, they might have a physical condition that impacts their access to education. And what I've experienced in the past, not all the times, but is hit or miss, where you need a registered nurse to provide recommendations to the team to get a better understanding of what the child's needs are so they're met. And you don't have the registered nurse participating in teams. And that hurts the child because the child's not getting access to free, appropriate public education. So I would request, in addition to having health services, that we dedicate some resources to actually train them in the IEP process so they understand how they could benefit a child and better support a child in their school building. There's a lot of things that could be added to that IEP to help a child that might have something medically related that impacts severely their access to education. And that's what I have to say about that policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Board Policy 5430, Psychological Services, renamed to Psychological Services and Positive Behavior Supports. And our first speaker is Ms. Sharon Saroff.
Good evening. Again, this is something that I deal with every day with my students. I have multiple clients that do have behavioral concerns, and yet the school psychologist isn't providing the direct educational support that these students need to gain positive behavior. We should be having this available to every special education student that has a behavioral concern, that's in a self-contained class, that's in a public separate day school, not pick and choose who we think needs it and who we don't think needs it. We need to have psychologists train teachers and students to understand their triggers, understand how to respond more appropriately, so that everybody gets to experience their education and not experience kids who are disrupting. We also need to practice some more positive ways of dealing with behaviors. We need to do mindfulness, willing to talk things out, and we also need to let kids know that they are safe in the building. I have students right now who don't feel safe coming back to the building because of an experience they had prior to COVID. And this is a concern. So we need to make sure that these students are feeling safe and provide them with that, that counseling and that service that they need. And lastly, I think that the school social workers and the psychologists need to work together because there are services that they piggyback on, shall we say, and it works better when they are working together, not working separately. And they also have to be willing to work with the outside personnel that the kids are seeing, like their outside therapists or psychiatrists. If the parent gives release, they need to be willing to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like our next speaker on Board Policy 5430 is Ms. Diana Bergman.
Hi. So I have a recommendation because I know the proposed change to this policy is a bit lengthy. And when we're looking at behavioral health services, that includes a lot of people that we have that are professionals with BCPS. So we have our child psychologists, our board certified behavior analysts that are trained specifically on how to create positive functional behavior plans for students. We also have our counselors, we have our social workers. So I think my recommendation, if you're going to change the name, just call it behavioral health services. That way it doesn't leave out any single profession that deals with the emotional support that they could provide to our students. Some of our psychologists are great evaluating some of our kids and letting us know what's getting in the way. But the gritty-nitty of everything, when you go into plan, that could be a combination from skills that come from a social worker, that come from a board-certified behavior analyst, that could come from a counselor that's been counseling students for a really long time. Like, you have so many professionals related to behavior health in our school buildings. And if we're going to be moving in the future to have community supports for community schools to provide that social emotional support, we need to include everybody, and the title should set something that does include everybody to bring that work together to the table. So my recommendation is to change the name to this policy, outline it, and identify everybody, don't leave anybody out, and call it behavioral health services. Because at the end of the day, that covers everybody, and it's not leaving anybody out, and it's not singling somebody out. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and that's it for public comment and for our policies. So the next item on the agenda is the update on the 12-month pay employee plan. And for that, I call on Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask that Ms. Lowry to come forward and to present this update.
Good evening, Chairwoman Scott, Vice Chairwoman Henn, and members of the board. This evening, I will provide an update on the 12-month employee pay plan. Just over a year ago, the board approved this directive. The directive set the timeline for developing a pay process for spreading 10-month pay over 12 months. Looking at the timeline, it's important to note how much work was completed before the cyber attack hit mid-year through school year 2021.
Ms. Lowry,
Yes.
just hold. Can we get the PowerPoint up, please? We are on
Thanks.
slide 3.
3.
Yes, thank you.
For next school year, BCPS will continue restoration efforts, implement the new salary changes, the expanded summer school programs, and the additional 15-minute extended day program. In addition, BCPS will continue to communicate with employees about the upcoming move to pay in arrears. BCPS will also encourage 10-month employees who wish to have additional salary available in the summer to access financial institutions who will, at no cost to the employee, allocate their salary into separate accounts. BCPS has been informed by First Financial Federal Credit Union that over 3,000 employees are currently using the credit union to assist with spreading pay to have funds for the summer. Next slide, please. For school year 22-23, BCPS will finish the planning and design that was begun in the school year 2021, test the new configurations, work with the implementation and steering committees, communicate with employees on pay in arrears, and finish the electronic sign-in process for in arrears and spreading of pay. Next slide, please. For school year 23-24, BCPS will finish the implementation outlining all impacted pay, deductions, etc. on the employees. Finish all testing. For the school year 23-24, all employees will be in arrears, and the communication will focus on the employees impacted by spreading of 12-month pay over 12 months, which would begin in school year 24-25. School year 24-25 would be the first year where some employees will have approximately 19% of their pay saved by BCPS for use to generate pay for those employees during the summer of 2025. This plan, as outlined, will implement the board directive, however, with a new date of the school year 24-25. This is the end of the presentation, and I will turn the time to the chair for any questions.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation to revise the board's directive and extend the implementation of a 12-month pay option for 10-month employees as soon as possible, and definitely by July 1st, 2024 for school year 2024 through 2025?
So moved, Offerman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Astor.
Thank you. And I would ask if there's discussion, but it looks like there is. First, it looks like we have a question from Ms. Rowe, then Ms. Mack, then Ms. Causey. Ms. Rowe,
yes, Madam Chair, I would like the board attorney to specify if a motion to alter the previous board directive
is a reconsideration of previous action, and if it requires 2/3 vote, also if the student member votes on this, or is it considered bargaining unit vote?
Okay, and it looks like Ms. Rowe put it also in the chat. Thank you for doing that, Ms. Rowe. Ms. Bressler, are you able to view it?
Yes, it's not a reconsideration of a prior decision. I think if the intent is to overrule or modify a previous directive, I think there'd be a motion to rescind and then the prior action, and then replace it with a new directive.
And she'd asked also if it requires a 2/3 vote.
Well, that would be a reconsideration, but a motion to rescind would be a majority, along with a new motion, which would require again a majority.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. I'm just trying to get clarification. So you're saying that this is not a reconsideration of a previous action. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is would this require a new motion for us to approve, or would we be able to prove it as it has been presented?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
So I guess what I'm asking is based on Ms. Rowe's question, I'm just trying to get clarification. As what the superintendent has presented to us, does it require a motion, or could we approve it as it has been presented?
You've directed that they develop it, and you can take action to approve it as it's been presented.
Okay, so then it would not require us to make a motion.
To approve what's been presented?
Yes.
Yes, it would require a motion to approve, sure.
Okay. Sorry, just Ms. Mack? Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm messing. I kind of interjected on Ms. Rowe's time. I didn't want to, if she had other questions, I didn't want to cut her off.
So if you could answer whether or not the student member votes, or if this is considered bargaining.
I don't see this as part of collective bargaining.
Okay. All right. That clarifies my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Rowe. Didn't mean to come in on your time there. And I'll just go in order as I have it here. Ms. Mack, you were next.
Yes. Ms. Lowry, I don't know if you can answer this question, but would we not need a memorandum of understanding because this was part of last year's master agreement?
We have had the conversation with the unions. We have kept them up to date as far as what has gotten in the way of this. And so what we would do is we would work with them to create a new MOU that would have these dates. So they are aware of what has gotten in our way and has delayed this.
And I understand, I read through the information prior to the meeting, but I am not in favor of this. There's a quote that says, when something is important enough, you do it, even if the odds are not in your favor. Mm-hmm. I know that it would be a tough lift for you, but it's important to teachers, and I'm just not in favor of it. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Next, it's Ms. Causey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I believe the board voted in December of 2020, which was after the ransomware attack, to increase funding to this vendor in order to achieve the 12-month pay option. So if Mr. Saris could confirm that.
Yes, that's correct. And in the meantime, we have spent far more, approximately $2 million over the $200,000 that you have referenced to recover our systems and place them in the cloud, and that's a process that's ongoing.
How much of the ransomware attack impacts dollar value are covered by the cyber insurance?
$2 million.
And what is the latest projections on the cost of the ransom attack to the school system?
That was provided to the board last Friday, but I believe the figure is 8.1 or $8.4 million.
And the board approved a number of contracts specifically to aid in the recovery from the ransom attack. Have all of those contract authority, has all of that been spent?
Yes. The 5 contracts that were approved in February, is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I, the other question is for Ms. Bressler. I believe Ms. Lowry just mentioned that this function being provided for our staff is listed in a memorandum of understanding, which is a codicil to the master agreement. So that would be a collective bargaining item. Is that correct? So the student member of the board would not be eligible to vote?
You've got a collective bargaining agreement, I guess, that where the parties agreed to implement this method of extending or taking 10-month pay over a 12-month period, which a lot of school systems have. If that has already become, I mean, I don't know what the MOU says. I'm assuming that this timeline is not only an implementation time in terms of time for various steps in the implementation, but an actual plan on how it would be done. That is not a part of the MOU. That the MOU is do it, and this is now a plan on how to implement that. I think it's an implementation, not a part of the agreement itself. It's the method of implementing things that have already been agreed.
Okay, it looks like there's a question from Mr. Kuhn.
I'm sorry. My microphone got turned off.
Okay.
Mr. Kuhn, is it okay if I just ask my last question?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Causey.
Thank you. It was requested in the chat that the prior directive be provided to board council so that she would see. My recollection is the directive included specific dates, and those specific dates are now being asked to be extended.
Okay. If staff has it, I guess that could be emailed over to Ms. Bressler if Ms. Bressler, if you find that to be useful to you. But it looks like, I apologize, Ms. Henn said that she had a request or a question prior to Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I was asking if staff had the original directive available and if that could be read.
Okay. Well, while they're getting that, we could go to Mr. Kuhn so he could ask his questions.
Great, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Lowry, I believe you stated that you've already discussed this with the various unions, and although I'm sure they're disappointed, they're on board and understand that, and I don't know if they agree with, but at least they understand, and you're going to modify the agreement to reflect that, and they're willing to sign that agreement. Is that correct?
The discussion that we have had with them has been related to the new timeline and the reasons that we need to implement this new timeline. At this time, I'm trying to get in touch with Mr. Duke just to be doubly sure, but I believe that they had indicated that based upon the information that we had shared with them, I don't believe that there was a request then to create a new MOU related to this, but I'm just trying to get some clarification from him on that question.
That's okay. My point being, they understand and are not somehow opposing or somehow raising the issue in any further negotiations as a sticking point, since the ransomware attack has put us in a difficult situation. I guess my point is that we need to move along here, and although the board was fairly forceful with the directive to make this happen in a specific time frame, and we've expended a significant amount of resources, we're being told by the folks in charge of IT that it currently is not possible to meet the deadlines that we've previously set. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and board members, it looks like the directive is in the chat.
Scott, would you mind reading it for public? Thank you.
I don't know that that would be, let's see.
Madam Chair, it's also slide 2 of the PowerPoint. So, Mr. Corns, if you can go to slide 2.
Can we go back into slide 2? Okay, there it is. So then our public can see. So basically what is Mr. Offerman moved to amend the motion to change the language to reflect as soon as possible in place of no later than the start of the 2021-2022 school year. And it was also further amended to read effective as soon as possible and definitely by July 1st, 2022-2023 school year. Ms. Hager seconded the motion and it passed in favor of 8. And it looks like Mr. McMillan moves to direct the superintendent to implement a 12-month, this is what's on there, pay option for 10-month employees effective no later than the start of the 2021-2022 school year. And Ms. Henn seconded the motion. So as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, then what this is today is, and it sounds like that's what Ms. Bressler said, this is the implementation. This is a timeline implementation, but not really a directive. Is that a correct assessment, Ms. Bressler?
It is. I think it's an as I understand it, it's an implementation of the agreement, the MOU, to create this mechanism.
Okay, so this is a timeline. Okay. Mm-hmm.
The timeline was a board creation, correct?
Yeah.
In other words, the deadlines were the result of a board motion rather than a result of the MOU or the collective bargaining agreement.
Yes, that's how I understand it as well. So this looks like. Go ahead.
Right. And the issue now is whether that and how to extend that deadline as it was originally anticipated and passed.
That's what it sounds like the issue is.
Yeah. So if that's the issue, there'd be a motion then to do that, to extend the timeline that had been set forth in whatever I don't know whether you number your resolutions but the motion that was previously adopted, there'd be a new motion to extend that timeline.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Henn. Excuse me, Ms. Rowe has a question.
Yes, so what I would like to know is if we do not approve the motion to extend the timeline, does that keep the previously approved board directive of July 1st, 2022 as the timeline?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then basically, if you vote yes on this, then you're voting to, Ms. Bressel, if you could help with this, because I know there's been a lot of conversation. If you vote yes on this, then you're voting in favor of revising the board's directive and extending the timeline. If you're voting no, then you're voting to keep the timeline that's currently in place. Is that correct?
That seems, I think that's a good summary, as I understand it.
Okay, unless someone makes a motion to extend the timeline.
Correct. They have to be to extend the timeline. Correct.
Madam Chair, could you restate the motion on the floor, please?
If the plan itself sets forth the new timeline, then I think that approving the plan as presented would have the impact of extending the timeline.
And what your recommendation is that we should have a motion to extend this timeline?
Yes, I think that would be clearer in the record, yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to check, is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
What is the motion on the floor? That's the one that I just read. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation to revise the board's directive? Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. McMillian?
Yes, Mr. Saris, you mentioned earlier the money that Mrs. Causey mentioned. Was it $247,000 or something that was voted to pay the outside vendor to work on this project?
I believe it was $200,000.
Okay, so that money, so we've used up that money because that vendor was working on this project when the ransomware came. So we've lost all that work. We've lost that money.
We have not lost that money. We have just been using that specific consultant, in fact, to help us with the recovery effort, which included issuing W-2s and setting up the new payroll system, leave restoration project, and many other, the 1095s, all of the other milestones that we've reached this spring have been the focus of both the consultant and our staff's efforts.
Okay, so part of the problem is, it appears to me, that the vendor is too busy doing other work for us to meet the original deadline. Is that a possibility?
It's a combination, really. Both staff and the consultant are focused on these more urgent issues to make our employees whole and help them get back to where they were in November, before we really have the resources to shift our focus onto providing this additional option. We're trying to restore their existing services.
Okay. Would an option be to look at another vendor to fulfill this timeline, the original timeline? Thank you.
Well,
okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Saris.
I mean, we have considered that, and unfortunately, this is not something that I think.
Mr. Saris, this is Dr. Scriven. Let me just jump in, because what I really need the board to understand is that we're the bulk of our employees that are trying to help us with restoration are really doing double jobs right now. They are doing their current day-to-day job in addition to working Herculean hours trying to restore us prior to where we were to the ransomware attack. So BCPS plays a major role in feeding CGI the information that they need to assist. And we just don't we're hiring as many individuals as we can to assist, but we do not have the manpower to continue with the day-to-day work, restoration, and then add another project of this magnitude, which is going to take thousands of hours. We were on target to meet the directive prior to the ransomware attack. And then we had to do a complete pivot. And I mean, we're just really trying to keep people from breaking right now to get the work done. Unless you're living it, and I'm emotional right now because I know what our staff and our team is going through. And I just need you guys to understand that. If we could do this, we've never not met a directive. We would not bring a recommendation to you if it wasn't warranted.
Dr. Scrivens, thank you very much for your explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Scrivens. Okay, and there is, as was brought to my attention, there is a motion on the floor that we do need to vote on. It looks like there's additional questions. Okay, yes, Ms. Causey? Ms. Causey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm hearing is that the level of work that remains to recover from the ransom attack is still quite significant. And it's my understanding as a board member that we were supportive of getting additional resources by passing the contracts. I think the total is $4 million or $5 million or something. Mr. Sayers would have those details, that was providing support to get the system whole. And if that's not the case, then the superintendent should update the board as to what level of support is needed so that the funding or consultants or vendors, that we can support them. But, a letter was sent out recently acting as if things are lovely. And if there are still these systemic issues, then the board needs to be updated and bring recommendations for solutions. We don't want our staff to be breaking. And Dr. Scrivens, I appreciate the passion that you have and commitment to your staff and the employees. We don't want that to happen. We want people to be working methodically with the support and resources they need to achieve their mission. I would just request the superintendent to put on a future agenda a topic where we can really understand this and make sure that there are supports and plans to help.
So, Madam Chair, let me respond to that. Good evening, board.
Good evening. Go ahead, Dr. Williams.
I do question some of the comments that was made by Ms. Causey. The letter that we sent out didn't paint a picture that everything was rosy. I will just say this. This is the point of why this is coming to the board. The focus, as Dr. Scriven and Mr. Sayers shared, we're trying to make employees whole. Open enrollment, pay, W-2s, leave and benefits. Those are the priorities. And so, as we were working through those priorities, this issue about the 12-month pay became a question. That's why we're here tonight. We are simply sharing with the board a revised implementation plan. We're not saying we don't want to do this. And as Ms. Lowry, as well as Dr. Scriven, have had ongoing conversations with our union. In order to do this, as we're fulfilling those other requirements to make staff whole, we are providing a revised implementation plan. That's all we're doing. We are providing a board with the update. We provided this update prior to this meeting. And so we simply are requesting a change in the time frame. That's the purpose of this conversation tonight. And as Dr. Scriven said, we have been focusing on several priorities, but we felt we needed to circle back based on this motion to get a revised implementation plan. And I believe in order to do this, Ms. Lowry and Dr. Scriven, that we would still have to modify the plan to get in the rears. So the team has worked real hard and long hours with me pushing. So Ms. Causey, this is the purpose of this agenda item coming today, to update the board and to request that you reconsider the implementation plan based on the information that we shared and based on the priorities that we heard from our staff regarding W-2s, pay, open enrollment, leave, and benefits. And that's why we're here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And I want to make sure I get to all of the board members because there's some who have not yet had a chance to speak. It looks like Ms. Jose had her hand raised. Ms. Jose?
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I want to give a shout out to staff that I know has done an extremely, given the circumstances, and I see you guys have been working, and you are at the point of breaking down, and I hear the passion in your voice. So I really don't see why this board is not supportive, given that we had a ransomware, and pointing fingers is not what good strategic leaders do. We support, we build, and at the bottom of all of it is our children. So debating this, pointing fingers is not constructive. It's definitely demoralizing for our staff. And we have some excellent staff that are working hard for our children. And thank you, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Dr. Scrivens, Mr. Saris. I know you don't hear that often, but it is important as a good leader, as a good human being, to support people when there's a crisis. And I would like to call the vote. Previous question, please.
Okay. So Ms. Jose has called the question. Is there a second?
Second, Offerman.
Madam
Seconded
Chair,
by Offerman. So,
but I had indicated I had a question.
the question has been called. So, yeah, the question's already has been
called. From Ms. Jose, even though she was acknowledged before I was.
Ms. Jet, you had already spoken, Ms. Hannah. Ms. Jose did. Actually, I had skipped over Ms. Jose, and so it was brought to my attention that I had skipped over her, which I didn't realize that. So the question was called, and so now we will. Excuse me. Question was called, and so now we will take the vote on the calling of the question. Ms. Gover, if we could do a roll call vote, please. And this is on the calling of the question to end debate and then to vote on the motion that's on the floor.
Ms. Rao?
No.
Ms. Causey?
No.
Ms. Mack?
No.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Mr. Mahumza?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Okay, so the question has been called, so that passes. So now we will vote on the amendment, and on the motion, and it was asked if I could read the motion again. And the motion is to approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that
Yes.
vote required a 2/3 majority.
Oh, I apologize. It required 2/3. Okay, so it did not pass. Okay, great. So then we are still in debate. Okay, and so it looked like Ms. Henn was next.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I first wanted to express my appreciation to Dr. Williams, Dr. Scriven, and staff for bringing this to the board ahead of the directive deadline. I do appreciate that coming to us and the revised plan. I'm revisiting my understanding of the project because when we originally discussed it, it was not the intent to create thousands of hours of work for our staff, but rather to obtain the tools and resources, both contractors and out-of-the-box type solutions to meet this need without burdening our staff. So to hear now that this is going to require thousands of hours of staff time is somewhat new information in terms of what burden this places on staff. So I'm extremely empathetic towards that. That was not the intent of the directive, especially following the ransomware and the recovery, and I'm very appreciative of the efforts of staff. So I'm really on the fence about this change because that was not the understanding that I had originally of the scope of the project and the resources that would be assigned to it, but rather the board has made every effort and supported every request to add contractors, to add tools, both on the software side to support this. So I'd be interested in learning more about why this project is not the type of discrete effort that we originally discussed, and if staff could speak to that. Thank you.
Dr. Scriven, this is Barbara Burnop. Do you want me to take that one?
Yeah, Barbara, just go ahead and give all the background information that we had removed.
Thank you for your question. This is Barbara Burnop. What I wanted to pass along is that the contractor can only do so much. And a different contractor can't do the work of the contractor. It's proprietary software. So the only contractor that can do the work on a proprietary system is that contractor. And that's who we did contract with to do that. And they were on schedule to provide us with the information we need. The second part of the project is when a contractor starts going so far in the project, staff have to test it. There's no one else that can test the software, what impact it has on our employees, what our employees need to do, how it fits in our pay cycles. So all of the steps have to go together. The contractor does something, staff tests. The contractor does something, staff tests. So it's a very partnership project. It's not done by one set or the other. It's a partnership throughout the process. So it's a time-consuming process for both staff and the contractor. They cannot be separated. And we have had trouble hiring any temps to help with the system because staff need to know. They need to know how to talk to the employees. They need how to work through the projects. So as much as it sounds easy, just say, let's get us more resources. We really need our dedicated ESPBC and OPE employees who understand the system and know what our employees need, and they react with the vendor. So it really is not an easy fix just to add resources, but I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnham. Is that in part due to the complexity of our existing systems that we can't look to an off-the-shelf type of solution, integration that could be done without so much customization for our legacy tools?
What we were asked to accomplish in your directive is to give staff a choice of two different systems. So a staff member would have the choice of spreading their pay over 10 months or 12 months. So some of the school systems that have this already have it just one way or the other. So to allow employees to have choice, it is more complicated. And you can never have all of your benefits spread one way or the other because you would have some of the benefits would have to remain spread over 10 months because not everyone would be on a 12-month pay policy. So some of the complexity is the request of the unions and the directive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next looks like we have a question from Mr. Mahomza.
I don't have a question. I move the previous question.
Okay, so the question was moved. Is there a second?
Second, Opperman.
Seconded.
Didn't we already decide this? Point of order. We already voted to move the question once, and it did not pass.
Okay, and Ms. Bressler, is there anything precluding us from, or someone from moving the previous question again?
No, I can do that.
Okay, so there's nothing precluding it. So it was moved and seconded. Ms. Gover, if we could take a roll call vote, please, on moving the question to end debate.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
It was seconded by, I believe, Mr. Offerman.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Rowe?
No.
Ms. Causey?
No.
Ms. Mack?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Mr. Mahumsa?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Favor is 9.
Okay, so it required 2/3 and favors 9, so this time it passed. So now we will vote on the motion on the floor, and I will read it as was requested, to approve the superintendent's recommendation to revise the board's directive and extend the implementation of a 12-month pay option for 10-month employees as soon as possible, and definitely by July 1st, 2024 for school year 2024 through 2025. So that's what we are voting on now. Ms. Scover?
Ms. Rowe?
No.
Ms. Causey?
No.
Ms. Mack?
No.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Jose?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
No.
Mr. Mahumsa?
Yes.
Mr. Offerman?
Yes.
Ms. Pasteur?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Favor is 7.
Okay. And so that required a majority, so with favor 7, the motion passes, or the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, and next on the agenda is the report on SAT Day participation and performance. And for that, I call on Dr. Wheatley Phillip, Dr. Minus, and Mr. Connolly.
Good evening, board members. This is Dr. Williams. Before they actually start, I just want to begin by saying tonight's high-level overview is spotlighting the SAT data point. As we move forward with future presentations, we will share additional data points and our process towards better outcomes for students. As you heard, we have Dr. Monique Wheatley Phillips, we have Dr. Eric Minus and Mr. Kevin Connolly. They will be sharing with you the most recent SAT Day performance data that was held in the spring of 2019, as well as the next steps for reporting the results from spring of 2021 SAT administration. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Wheatley Phillips.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Good evening, Board Chair Scott, Vice Chair Hen, Superintendent Dr. Williams, and members of the board. Joining me tonight are Executive Directors Dr. Eric Minus and Mr. Kevin Connolly. As part of our ongoing reports to the Board of Education and Public, we're sharing with you this evening our most recent SAT Day performance data held in the spring of 2019, as well as our next steps for reporting the results from the spring 2021 SAT administration. Next slide, please. Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley Phillip, and good evening. Since the 2012-2013 school year, BCPS has provided an SAT day for all students in grade 11. Due to the COVID-19 global pandemic, the most recent BCPS SAT day was in April of 2019. While gaps in student participation rate by student group exist, since the launch of the BCPS SAT Day in 2013, overall participation in the SAT for all grade 11 student groups has greatly increased. The SAT measures high school students' readiness for college and includes 2 subject tests, evidence-based reading and writing, or EBRW, and math. In March 2016, the College Board established a benchmark score for determining college and career readiness, or CCR, for the EBRW and math subject assessments. Student mean score performance at or above the CCR benchmark indicates a 75% chance of earning a C or better in first semester credit-bearing college courses. Next slide, please. The MET CCR mean score set forth by College Board for SAT EBRW is 480. As displayed in this bar graph, student groups whose overall mean score meet or exceed the MET CCR EBRW benchmark include all students, as well as student groups who identify as Asian, 2 or more races, and white. Gaps in student performance exist for our Black or Hispanic Latino students in comparison to Asian or white students. The average mean score for English learners and special education students is more than 100 points lower than the all students mean score, while the gap for students who receive farm services is more than 40 points lower compared to all students. Next slide, please. The MET CCR mean score for math is 530. As displayed in this bar graph, student groups who meet or exceed the CCR MET benchmark for math include student groups who identify as Asian. Gaps in student performance exist for our Black or Hispanic Latino students in comparison to Asian or white students. Similar to students' performance in the EBRW, the average mean score for English learners and special education students is more than 100 points lower than the all students mean score, while the gap for students who receive farm services is more than 40 points in comparison to all students. Next slide, please. I'd like to now hand it over to Dr. Eric Minus.
Thank you, Mr. Conley. Just as important as the results on SAT participation and performance is the alignment of this assessment within our strategic plan and the impact on students. SAT is one measure of students' aptitude for future success. Team BCPS is committed to ensuring that our students demonstrate college and career readiness so that they can navigate their chosen paths successfully after high school and beyond. The National Center for Educational Statistics defines college readiness as the set of skills, knowledge, and behaviors a high school student should have upon graduating and entering their freshman year of college. While there is not one uniform standard for measuring college and career readiness, there are many commonly used indicators across states that include student access to credit-bearing coursework upon enrollment in college, performance on college entrance exams such as the SAT, ACT, and AccuPlacer, college-level exams such as advanced placement and the International Baccalaureate, enrollment in dual college programs, and performance on state-administered exams. After a thorough examination of our internal practices and efforts to expand student access, we are proud of the outcomes of our SAT Day efforts. We also acknowledge that we must continue to shift our practices and align them to the needs of our students, especially in light of our current COVID-19 context. Our work moving forward continues to focus on aligning all priorities of the strategic plan to ensure that we collaboratively foster a culture of excellence for our students. As we continue to unpack the data, structures, and processes to ensure clarity of focus and student achievement across our schools, it will be important for us to reflect on the complexities of student performance and identify solutions and resources that align to the standards and improve student outcomes in order to respond to the data in a cohesive and coherent manner. Next slide, please. One system improvement team is the PSAT, SAT, ACT, AccuPlacer team, which is comprised of central office and school-based stakeholders who have been engaged since the beginning of the school year in data analysis, reviewing current research, interviewing school and central office personnel, and action planning to determine next steps in closing the gaps that have been identified related to the SAT. The specific charge of this work group is to determine the current state, analyze current practices, and identify conditions for success by the end of the 2021 school year. This slide discusses those specific actions the work group has taken to begin to understand the current BCPS story related to participation and performance in our current college assessment model, and begin the active process of developing recommendations in response to our system data. Next slide, please. So the preliminary high-level findings of the PSAT, SAT, ACT, AccuPlacer System Improvement Team group are as follows. The team has found that there's a variance that exists across schools in how students can access preparation opportunities. The team also found that there's a lack of standardization at the system level regarding those non-negotiable items that all schools must engage in preparing students for various college entrance assessments. The team also found that there's a variance in how college entrance assessments are communicated and marketed throughout the system. And finally, the team found that there is some variance in professional learning that occurs for counselors and teachers as it relates to educating students and families on their choices for college entrance assessments. So based on these findings and as next steps, the SIT group will draft and deliver to the superintendent recommendations with a goal of actualization for the upcoming school year to ensure that we are moving forward with a sense of urgency to improve student performance and participation on college entrance assessments, and specifically the SAT. Thank you for your time to allow us to provide this important information. And I will turn it back to Dr. Wheatley Phillip, who will then close us out.
Thank you so much, Dr. Minas. And as our team shared, this is just a small part of the assessment suite of information that we will bring forward to the board over the course of the upcoming school year. And so in response to the request, we wanted to provide this information. And at this time, if there are any particular comments that you would like us to take back so that we can provide a full response, we welcome your comments at this time.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And for, let's see, we have some questions here. I'm going to go in order as I see them. It looks like we first have Mr. McMillian, who will then be followed by Ms. Mack. Mr. McMillian, you can go ahead with your question.
Yes. Approximately 15 years ago, I was given the responsibility of reading a PSAT test to a special education child. And honestly, that was one of the longest days of my 35-year career in Baltimore County Public Schools. And I often wondered, and I'm not being insensitive or mean or misunderstanding, but I never understood why we give the PSA test to special education children. Can somebody explain that to me? Thank you.
Let me try. We want to give the appropriate assessment to students, a college entrance exam. And because a student who has an IEP does not mean that she should not take the SAT. We have to work through the college boards for accommodations. And so this is the point of creating the system improvement team. So we are looking at all college entrance assessments. As Dr. Minas mentioned, the SAT, ACT is another option. The AccuPlacer for our community schools. Those are things we want to look at to help guide our students in terms of what their options, what they want to do after high school, and then what assessments they should take or prepare to take so they can get into the courses. But just because a student has an IEP does not mean that they should not take the PSAT or SAT. They should, and we work with the College Board with accommodations. We'll be happy to follow up with some additional information regarding that, Mr. McMillian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next looks like it's Ms. Mack.
Yes, I have two quick questions. Dr. Wheatley Phillip, what is the relationship between the increase in students taking the PSAT and the SAT and student outcomes on those tests?
Your question is related to the relationship between the number of students that take the PSAT and, repeat the second part?
What I'm saying is, as our participation in taking the SATs and PSATs has increased, have our scores increased accordingly?
We'll have to go back and do an analysis of that. I know that we have Ms. Shack, who is our Director of Assessment, with us. I'm not sure if she can provide some additional insight because we'd have to go back and do an analysis to do a comparison between PSAT and SAT. But Ms. Shack, is there any information you could share at this time? You might be muted.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry about that, Dr. Wheatley Phillip. We can go back absolutely and look at the trend data from 2016 up through 2019. We can't go back beyond 2016 because at that point, College Board had changed the SAT assessment and actually shortened it and changed the scale scores. But we can absolutely go back and provide you information from 2016-19 in terms of performance and participation.
Thank
you.
So
to that point, SAT Day and PSAT started in 2012, 2013. So fair comparisons are not appropriate over that 8-year span of assessments because the assessment was changed. We're in the third version since we went to a full PSAT, SAT Day for BCPS. This is Kevin Connolly. But what we have seen is that over time, as we increase participation, we do have gaps that exist, but we also see some areas where they're closing, especially when we look at PSAT data. So a more comprehensive overview will follow.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And
I just want to comment. I'm sorry. I just want to comment to the full board once again. This presentation was looking at just at the SAT. We're looking at all of the college entrance exams. And so going back to a previous question, or statement, I believe Dr. Minus said, working with our schools and our counselors to help kids decide which tests may be the better test to take or what pathway to proceed. So I just want to caution, although we presented just a snippet around the SAT, we're looking at the college entrance exam as a whole.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And that's actually my next question. I saw the slide that said this system improvement team included different people, and you were looking at the AccuPlacer. Do you also include personnel from community colleges and area colleges in those teams? Do you solicit input from them?
So we have worked with, of course, with our CCBC partners in terms of the dialogue and the partnerships that we have. Right now, we're working internally, so we have an understanding of what needs to happen. But definitely our ongoing relationships with the community college as we talk about programming and how our students are doing. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And just a comment, the last slide says how we talk about students, about college entrance assessments. Many of my students at CCBC did not realize that if they did not apply themselves on the AccuPlacer, they could end up in a remedial class. So I think that communication around how important it is for students to do their best on those assessments is a very important one, because I don't think students understand what's going to happen if they don't do well on the AccuPlacer. So thank you.
Thank you. Looks like next is Mr. Mahunza.
Yes, thank you. In the last slide about the findings, staff noted that there was a lack of standardization at the system level regarding how students are prepared for these various college entrance exams. My question is, do we have any data on how many schools offer SAT tutoring courses, high school, and specifically those schools who are identified as those IEP schools that qualify for free meals and I believe also qualify for the other government benefits that pay for the SATs and all these other tests?
Mr. Mahanta, we certainly can look into that information and we can provide that information for you.
All right. I will also say that's the work of the system improvement team, to look at what we have offered, what we haven't offered, what we've done, what we need to do to standardize our processes. So thank you for that point.
Yeah, and I just wanted to leave one last comment. It's not really on this presentation as much, but just my opinion on how standardized tests have been used to further widen the gaps between our students. I think anybody who knows or who has taken SATs or even has kids right now, whether it's SATs, AP courses, knows how buying prep materials, investing in tutoring services, etc., oftentimes leads to that kid, whether it's your kid or yourself, scoring much better. And those students who don't have those resources or can't even afford those resources, scoring as worse. So I'm not really surprised with this data. And although I'm happy to see us providing more opportunities for students to take the SATs, what I would like to see is how are we preparing students to take the SATs, and like Ms. Mack noted, encouraging students to take it, because oftentimes when students know that will hear about the SATs without preparing for it, they're discouraged in taking it. They would just go to the test room and at times even take a nap with it because they don't feel like they can score highly on those. And Ms. Mack excellently noted, a lot of them end up taking remedial courses in community colleges because of tests they're forced to take.
Was that the timer?
Okay, thank you.
That's the timer. Thank you, Mr. Mahamza. Next, we have Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you. First of all, I want to just thank everyone for making this presentation available. I look forward to finding out more information. I do have in front of me something called the 2019-2020 BCPS SAT performance by school data that was pulled together, I think, because the journalists have requested it back in November 9th of 2020. I would suggest that we need to be as transparent as we can and provide the scores by schools, by grades, and make it public and put it out there for everyone to consume. And we should also be diving into that information to understand where we have deficiencies across our system where we're not meeting our students' needs, because this information shows that scores that are not consistent across our system, and I believe that is something that should be provided to the public. But I do really support this activity that you all are doing. I would suggest, besides just having an SAT day, perhaps we also look into an ACT day to provide different avenues to all students, because these standardized tests paint pictures for colleges and they open doors for people. And I believe we can do better for the entire system by making these opportunities available and driving our students to achieve to their fullest potential. So again, thank you for this. Appreciate it, and I look forward to more from your team and your group.
Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. It looks like we have a question from Ms. Causey.
Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Wheatley Phillips and your team for putting together this report and for staff presenting it. I also had a question related to trend data of the performance numbers. I see the trend data over 2012, 2013, and then up to 2019 related to the participation rate. And so it is very, very good that it's improving, that more students are taking advantage of this opportunity being provided at school. But I do agree with my board members that have commented about needing to do better so that every child can achieve. I would just say to Mr. Kuhn, that report that you mentioned, I would love to see that also. And if that can be provided, Mr. Kuhn, to the rest of the board, is that?
It was provided to all board members, and the date was back in November of 2020. So I print out these things, and I have them in a binder because there's so much data. It's tough to follow it all.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kuhn. It was provided to us in an email or a weekly update?
One or the other. It's tough to keep track.
Thank you for giving us that information so we can go back and find it.
So is that something, Dr. Williams, that could be attached to board docs in this agenda item?
If I could just say that, Ms. Kazi, we'd like to take a look at the report because oftentimes information that may be shared internally, we would have to go back to prepare the documents for public consumption. So the team would need to take a look at the report to ensure that it really does protect our student privacy in terms of student counts, if it's across schools and so forth. So we'll have to take a look at the report to make sure that it's ready for the public, in that we have specific procedures we follow in making documents ready for the public in terms of the count of students by school and so forth.
Certainly, especially when there's small numbers in each school.
Exactly.
Yes. So, okay. Well, thank you for that, and that would be helpful if that's possible. But yes, and in terms of the findings about communications, is that something that is being evaluated where there could be common messaging that's provided to the principals to push out? Is that not done currently?
And that is the work of the system improvement team. I think the team has spent an entire year, and Dr. Minus is part of that team as well. So he shared the information. But truly what we're looking at is across all schools, what are some of the practices, and where can we establish consistency in terms of how we move forward in supporting students in taking these assessments. And so we look forward to bringing forth to not only cabinet, but also to a recommendation to Dr. Williams for all of the system improvement team. PSAT and SAT is one of them, in which we're bringing forward recommendations to increase consistency across all schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Looks like there's a question from Ms. Rell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Wheatley-Phillips, have we done any cross-correlation of the data of the SAT data and the students who are taking the SAT test with their MCAP grade level reading scores to see if perhaps some of the students who are below grade level in reading could explain why they're not doing as well on the SAT? Because our reading scores don't look great, and I'm wondering if we improve our reading, if we might not see better SAT scores, and also more students taking the SAT because they have a greater confidence in their reading comprehension.
Well, we know if we have strong readers, we have students that will perform well in tests in which we're measuring their level of reading. And so we haven't done any type of correlation in terms of looking at how students perform on one assessment over the other. And certainly for us, as more assessments become available, and we look forward to this incoming school year in which we'll have the opportunity to have students really participate in more assessments so that we in turn could provide more analysis in terms of how students are performing, so we in turn can share that information with schools. So to answer your question, we haven't done any correlations to look at students that perform low in reading, how do they perform on SAT. We haven't done that, but we do look forward with the new school year coming and different assessments that are available, being able to conduct more analysis so we can provide not only the board, but also schools with the information.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, for the presentation. All right. And it looks like the next item on the agenda is the report on the Compass Spring presentation and data overview. And for that, I call on Dr. Williams, Dr. Wheatley-Phillips, Dr. Minus, and Mr. Connolly.
So good evening, board. I guess in thinking about this, we probably should have started with this report and then the SAT. I just want to, because it's getting late, I just want to emphasize this is an overview. Staff is going to provide an overview, and we'll be happy to collect questions as a follow-up, but I just want to be mindful of the time. And now I want to turn it back over to Monique Wheatley-Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. And if we could move to the next slide, just because this provides an introductory piece, so we can progress to the next slide, I can begin to speak regarding that particular slide. The Compass, Our Pathway to Excellence, articulates the vision, purpose, and core values of our work as a school system. Our Compass commitments, equity in action statements, key initiatives, and strategies help to organize our work and our purpose of serving students. Each circle above is linked to show the alignment that has been established between the Compass's 24 commitments to providing high-quality instruction that is rigorous and relevant with safe and supportive learning and work environments. an assurance that equity is centered and actualized in each focus area, that the Compass initiative is actionable, and that the use of the strategies will lead to results that are measurable. The systems improvement team is comprised of 11 focus areas. Participant involvement includes staff from our schools and offices, and each group has developed specific chart statements that provide guidance and focus. The recommendations from these teams are helping to shape teaching and learning in our schools. The SPPs are reflective of each school team's analysis of data and how each school team will close gaps and increase the performance of all students. Their key actions are specific to each school's needs and are aligned with the Compass. The BCPS cyber attack has greatly impacted our ability to retrieve, collect, and report performance data. Specifically, our ability to use specific data points to track our progress. Collaboration across divisions is helping to identify what data are available, the relevance, and what insights can be drawn. On the next slide, Dr. Minus will provide a high-level overview of the office progress plans. Dr. Minus, next slide.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wheatley-Phillip. So office progress plans are the process by which departments and offices are engaged in continuous improvement. So this slide displays the Office Progress Plan progress monitoring system for action steps, professional learning, and monitoring metrics. So for the current year, 54 Office Progress Plans have been developed, which is a 100% increase compared to last year's Office scorecards. Presently, office heads are completing progress monitoring on the action steps and monitoring metrics. Due to the BCPS cyber attack, 9 of the office progress plans require revisions are in the process of developing adapted metrics and learning plans. However, the majority of the OPPs, which are 45, were minimally impacted and are on track to complete the end-of-the-year data reporting for action steps and implementation of professional learning as part of the 3-year continuous improvement cycle. Next slide, please. This slide talks a little more about our system improvement team, so I will move rather swiftly as time has been our enemy tonight. SIT focus groups examine data to understand the historical context, identify best practices, and address opportunities for growth through changes in practices and professional learning. This slide in particular shows us the alignment of system initiatives with the 5 focus areas of the Compass. The work groups have made recommendations for immediate data-informed actions to be implemented in 2021-2022, as shared in our previous presentation. Those recommendations are going to be shared with system leadership across schools and offices and include implications for students, schools, staff, budgetary considerations, and policy rule considerations. And on the next slide, Mr. Conley will provide an update on the school progress plans. Mr. Conley, and next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Minus. Shown here are snapshots of the school progress plans, or as we refer to them as the SPPs. The SPPs are the process by which schools engage in continuous improvement as part of a 3-year cycle. For the school year 2020-2021, schools conducted a comprehensive needs assessment and root cause analysis process using their data story and progress monitoring data. SPP targets and goals were set using the 2018-2019 MCAP data. Action steps to improve outcomes were developed and aligned with the core beliefs and expectations of the teaching and learning framework. For the 2021-2022 school year, schools will continue to engage in the plan, do, study, act cycles to progress monitor using the results of the action steps, implementation and professional development plans, and the critical data provided in the interim data story. Schools receive interim data stories annually and an updated comprehensive data story every 3 years. Schools progress monitor their SPP action steps by using and analyzing both quantitative and qualitative data. Quantitative data includes summative assessments, curriculum-based assessments, and standards-based measures. Qualitative data includes informal observational data, surveys, and focus groups that result, as well as evidence from the implementation plan through progress monitoring. Ongoing progress monitoring and reporting of the SPP utilizes formative and summative curriculum-based assessments to evaluate and analyze student achievement based on the college and career readiness standards. Next slide, please. This slide shows us the transition of targets to our 8-year goal as part of the Compass. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on state and local testing has resulted in the postponement or cancellation of several assessments used to progress monitor, including MCAP ELA, math, and MESA assessments, which are the science assessments, SAT, PSAT, MAP, and KRA, or the kindergarten readiness assessment. Additionally, the BCPS cyber attack has presented challenges in reporting data for some workforce and organization metrics. The result of both events has impacted the reliability of comparing data over time due to changes in the process of gathering and reporting data or the context of the teaching and learning environment or work conditions. For example, comparing suspension and attendance rates over the last 3 years may lead to conclusions based on a reaction to changes in conditions rather than patterns of change or growth. The Division of Research Accountability and Assessment will propose adjustments to 3- and 5-year targets and 8-year goals to accommodate for the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Recommendations for updates to the Compass targets for impacted metrics across the 5 focus areas will be shared as a part of the end-of-year Compass update for the Board of Education in August of 2021. Next slide, please. With our Compass moving forward, in BCPS, we know that learning is our core purpose, and equity is our work. Understanding where we are and how we are moving forward is a critical component to our success as a school system. The Compass provides us with our pathway to excellence by raising the bar, closing gaps, and preparing all students for post-secondary and lifelong success. Through progress monitoring and analyses, all levels of the organization engage in reflective practices for continuous improvement. Through this process, high-performing teams use data-informed decisions to develop goals aligned to our system initiatives, as well as implement action steps and professional learning to accomplish our goals. Performance data and evidence of progress is used to adapt and refine school and office improvement plans, while our system improvement team provides an additional opportunity for teams of central office and school-based staff to discuss, analyze, and recommend changes to programs, practices, and initiatives. Our focus on equity, alignment, and data-informed decisions for continuous improvement will be our catalyst to propel us forward along our pathway to excellence. On the next slide, Dr. Wheatley Phillip will present a sample of the reports that will be presented to the Board of Ed in the coming school year. Dr. Wheatley Phillip, next slide, please.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Moving forward, it's time to rebuild, reinvest, and reunite towards a common vision, purpose, and commitment to raising the bar, closing gaps, and preparing all students for the future. We acknowledge the significant impact of COVID-19 on our students, school-based teams, and central office staff. We continue to rebuild infrastructure impacted by the BCPS cyber attack. Our focus on our true north, however, remains unchanged. Our resolve has grown stronger. The strength of our work, rooted in equity for access, opportunity, and achievement, has galvanized our resolve. A critical function of our system leadership is to engage in comprehensive analysis of achievement, growth, and equity metrics across all functions of the organization. As a team, we will evaluate trends in progress monitoring data, engage in a comprehensive review of key initiatives of the strategic plan and resource utilization, and provide data-informed decisions to promote and enhance continuous improvement efforts. The executive summary reports provided to the board and the tentative schedule shared with the board are intended to provide the context and urgency needed to accomplish this work. Next slide, please. Our summer planning teams have developed robust professional learning activities to assist school teams in determining our current levels of performance. Plans are underway for school teams to develop school progress plans that contain action steps to support the learning needs of our students. The slide above highlights a few celebrations in addition to a link to our public dashboard. We thank you for the opportunity to present this information, and at this time, we welcome your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley Phillips and team. That was a great presentation. Do we have any questions or any comments from board members? Okay, great. Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any questions or any comments. So again, thank you for an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So it looks like the next item on the agenda is update on board committees, and committee agendas and documents can be found on board docs under the committee's name. So first we have the audit committee, and for that I call on Mr. McMillian.
Yes, I'd just like to share the next meeting of the audit committee is Tuesday, June 15th, 1 week from today at 4:30. Please watch virtually. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillian. Budget committee, Ms. Henn.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Scott. The next meeting of the Budget Committee is also next week, next Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have building and contracts. That's Ms. Jose. Ms. Jose?
Thank you, Ms. Scott. There are no updates to the Building and Contracts Committee. We'll have our next meeting on July 13th, Tuesday, prior to the main board meeting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Jose. Next is curriculum committee, and that's Ms. Pastor.
Yes, thank you. The next curriculum, meeting will be next Thursday on the 17th at 2:30.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Pastor. And the next is the equity committee meeting, and the next equity committee meeting will be Thursday, June 17th at 4 p.m. And next is the Legislative and Government Relations Committee. Ms. Pastor?
Yes, we do not have another meeting until the reopening of school, and during that time, we will be planning, working on our next year's legislative priorities, and we will also be developing our agendas in concert with the opening of the General Assembly for 2022.
Thank you, Mrs. Pastor. And next is Policy Review Committee. And you heard the policies that we had reviewed in the committee that we discussed and reviewed at this meeting. And our next Policy Review Committee meeting will be Monday, June 14th at 4:30 p.m. Thank you. Okay, and the next item on our agenda is board member comments, and with that, we will start with Ms. Rowe.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say congratulations to all the seniors. It has been my pleasure to attend graduation, and I'm very pleased that we're able to do in-person graduations this year, and I look forward to hopefully starting next school year as a typical school year where everyone's in person. And I also just want to say congratulations to Josh as you begin your college career at Yale, which is a solidly impressive achievement.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. Next is Ms. Causey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to congratulate our graduates. It was truly wonderful to celebrate them in person with family members or friends, and to really just honor them for making this achievement happen in the midst of all of these challenges. I also appreciate the hard work of staff, both BCPS and Towson University, that made these celebrations happen and happen very similar to the way we've always done them the last several years. So it was truly a special moment. I also want to congratulate Josh and wish him well in graduating and moving on to Yale. and I appreciate all of the collaboration that we've experienced with him on the board this year. And also want to welcome our new SMOB, Christian, to the team. I am also disappointed that we did not have the reopening agenda item on the plan, as was commented by our stakeholders. There is much work to be done. It is an opportunity for the superintendent and staff to provide updates. So I am expecting it to be on the agenda the next meeting. In the meantime, there are issues that have come up with reopening that I believe need to be addressed. I attended Franklin High School PTSA meeting last night, and as was mentioned by a stakeholder, there's concerns with moving back to an 8-period day, which my understanding was it was not allowed when every other school had to move to the A-Day, B-Day schedule in 2014. I would also encourage the superintendent and staff to request input from stakeholders, teachers, students, and parents as to the benefits of this year. 18 out of 24 high schools did use the semester schedule, and it's not a matter of an either or, but in combining the best aspects of those schedules to provide what's best for our students. I would also like the superintendent to provide an update related to the timing of schoolhouse leadership deciding what's best for their schoolhouse. Last year, the decision to change the semesters did not happen until the first week of August. And in my opinion, there's always time to make the best decisions for our students and to receive that input, which by policy, the board says it is interested in receiving. So from a student perspective, we're going to have students entering buildings that have not been in for 17 months. We have students who are returning to schools 5 days a week, some of them which they have not experienced for 17 months. Half of every high school will not, students will not have stepped foot in their building prior to the first day of school in 2021, 2022. From a teacher perspective, related to the semester benefits is the opportunity to only teach 3 classes each semester, thereby fostering better relationships with students and getting to know them so that they can really identify any issues they have, learning loss, and then be able to put supports in place to support our students. One of the other aspects of benefits from the semester is that students that had struggles, they can take a class in the fall, and if they...
Oh, that sounds like that's the timer.
Okay, thank you. So I just look forward to getting information.
Next is Ms. Mack.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Scott. My board member comments, too, are directed to the 2021 graduates of BCPS, including our student member of the board, Josh. I congratulate all of you and wish you the best that life has to offer. You are our future. Michelle Obama said, "You may not always have a comfortable life, and you will not always be able to solve all of the world's problems at once. But don't ever underestimate the importance you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take on a life of its own." Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Next is Mr. McMillian.
Since I retired 2 years and 7 months ago, I've really missed interacting with teenagers. Therefore, I'm extremely happy that I've had the opportunity to get to know Josh, and I hope that you and all your fellow graduates remember the world is your playground. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillian. Next is Ms. Jose.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I would again echo what our other board members have said. Congratulate our outgoing student member of the board, Josh, who has been brilliant and been such an honor to work with you. I would also like to thank and congratulate all of our graduating class, and welcome to the new student member of the board, Christian, who will be joining us next month. And I would just like to end with a quote that leaders don't inflict pain, they share pain, by Max Dupree. Good night, all.
Thank you, Ms. Jose. Next is Ms. Henn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations to the class of 2021. It was an honor and joy celebrating with classes both in person as well as virtually. Thank you to Towson University for accommodating in-person ceremonies. And thank you also to BCPS Central staff and school administrators who so diligently worked to make the ceremonies possible. It meant a lot to families and students to be able to celebrate together, and I appreciate all the efforts that made that happen. Congratulations to our own graduate, Josh. It feels like you just joined us not that long ago, and now we need to wish you farewell. I wish you all the best at Yale and can't wait to see the amazing things you'll accomplish. Lastly, I'd like to welcome Christian Thomas as our new student member of the board. I already have a soft spot in my heart for Mavericks, and I am thrilled to welcome a Maverick to join us on the board. Looking forward to working with you. That's all I have. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Henn. Next is Mr. Mahumza.
Well, board members, I promised not to cry this afternoon, but so I hope to keep my comments short, but I really appreciate the kind congratulations to me and also other seniors who have just worked so hard this year and throughout their 12 years, or probably different for many others, but who have worked so hard to cross the stage and to be there and to have their family members there on their special day. So I was so happy to see us host these graduations and even other schools host senior activities and just celebrating our seniors. And I just wanted to thank you all, board members, for giving me this opportunity to work with you all. Many of you throughout my term and even before just reached out, had many conversations with me. I've learned a lot, I have to say, and this experience has been one that, I, like I mentioned, I would never forget. And each and every one of you, I thank you all. I don't have any other comments, but thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mahumza. Next is Mr. Offerman.
Congratulations to Josh and the class of 2021. And in addition, a thank you. Thank you to all stakeholders, students, teachers, parents, and everyone else for helping us get through this most demanding and certainly trying year. I'm sure we'll have a better year next year, and I'm sure that we'll be able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Offerman. Next is Mrs. Pastor.
Josh, I want you to know that I'm grandmother or auntie proud of you. It has been a true pleasure and an honor to have been able to work with you this year, and I wish you well. Christian, I look forward to working with you and everything new and wonderful that you're going to bring to the board. So I look forward to that. To all of the graduates of 2021, congratulations. It has been an honor and a privilege to attend the graduations with you. Parents and staff, it's not always been pretty, but these have been very tenuous times, and we've made it through. And I know that the hearts were in the right place, even sometimes when the words weren't quite there. So thank you for your consistency. And for those of you who presented tonight, Dr. Wheatley, Phillip, and crew, and Dr. Williams, you've laid out a hefty plan for us. Now it's time for us to seriously roll up our sleeves and make sure all of those steps to success happen for all of our children. So I'm happy to be a part of that. And to those of you who looked at various plans and ways of executing education this year, know that, and I want to say thank you, Dr. Williams, when I asked the question, that it had been thought through. And I know schools will have their community soups and their executive directors and their PTAs working collaboratively for all of our children and coming up with the best possible plan. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pastor. Looks like next is Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. As a parent of a 21 grad, I would like to congratulate my daughter, Madeline, and all the students across the entire system, but especially at Towson High School. I was lucky enough to be on stage and deemed them all graduated. So that was an exciting moment for me. So thank you. Josh, I just want to thank you for representing the students as well as you did. I think you did a fantastic job, and we all know you have a bright future, and we'll be looking forward to hearing more from you. And lastly, I will congratulate Christian Thomas. Look forward to him joining the board. And to all the parents out there, we know that you're graduates. You're responsible for getting them through and being there and launching them into the rest of their, hopefully their education going forward or whatever endeavors they have. So I just wanted to shout out to all the parents there because they helped make this all happen too. So thank you all. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. And last is me. And I would just say that I want to congratulate all of the seniors who graduated. I, too, had the opportunity to attend several graduations, and it was wonderful seeing the excitement on everyone's face at the opportunity to walk across the stage and have a graduation ceremony. So congratulations to everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge again, as we've been doing, and I can't say it enough, to Josh Mahomza, who we're also very proud of, who will represent BCPS so very well at Yale. And that's just such a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Congratulations on all of your hard work and your service and what you've provided to this board. I would like to welcome Christian Thomas, who's coming in, and I look forward to working with you and hearing, your ideas and what you have to offer. And I think that's going to be wonderful. And I just would like to thank everyone for the presentations that were put together by staff, Dr. Williams, and also board members for working together so that we could process this agenda and get through our business meeting. So thank you. The next item on the agenda are items which are included, which include the revised superintendent's rule 1270-4004 and 5520, the final report on key school legislation, and the Southeast Area Education Advisory Council meeting minutes of April 19th, 2021. And then the next item on the agenda is consideration of agenda items for future board meetings. Board members, please note that items provided at past meetings have been received and are being reviewed. So I will go around the dais again, starting first with Ms. Rowe. Do you have any agenda items for future board meetings?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. We've encountered several items even just this evening in which things in our school system operations have to be delayed because of the ransomware attack, and in some cases even more significantly in time frame than the 7 months since the ransomware attack. And I would like to hear a report on the agenda from staff as to explicitly all of the ways in which we are not yet recovered and the time frame for full recovery and what other projects may have to be delayed as a result of the ransomware attack.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rowe. And next we have Ms. Causey.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Rowe. Also, I would like to see in the reopening agenda item at the next meeting, and as well as sooner, perhaps in a weekly update, Dr. Williams, related to the board's motion of February of 2019, supporting the school day task force recommendations to allow semester classes to be offered within the A day, B day format, block format, and what process has been implemented for for following through on that, which did require community input and schoolhouse leadership input on setting up courses in a fashion that's going to support their students in their schools at the high school level. It was indicated that staff had told principals they needed to make that decision back in January or February. But in February, I discussed it with Gifted and Talented Citizens Advisory Council, and Dr. Williams was there. So it doesn't make sense that principals are told to make a decision in a time frame when the school system had not even made a commitment to 5 days of in-person learning. So I would like to understand that actually sooner rather than later. Also, other issues that have been brought up.
Oh, okay. Sounds like that's time. So
yeah. So I would just like to finish up and say that I would like to hear.
No. It sounds like it's time.
Public comment respond to.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, excuse me, Dr. Williams. Next we have is Ms. Mack.
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. McMillian.
No, thank you.
Sorry, couldn't hear you, sir.
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Ms. Jose?
Nothing at this time, Ms. Scott. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Henn.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I would like to see time dedicated on each agenda for a brief update on capital projects. We have several schools under or awaiting funding for new construction. So a brief update on those, as well as time on each agenda for business services to provide an update on operational initiatives. I agree with Ms. Rowe and Ms. Causey that we need to be kept abreast of ransomware impact. But beyond that, I think hearing from our business services team with a brief update on key projects and initiatives, particularly any delays or any areas that the board can assist with, would be helpful, not only at the time of contract approval requests, but on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it looks like we have Mr. Mahamza.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Offerman.
Nothing this time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Pastor.
Dr. Williams and Ms. Scott, I just want to remind you, Dr. Williams, that I did ask several months ago that by the end of June, we have some information on the compression of the salary scale. I know we only have this meeting in June, so I do look forward to it maybe in July, please. But I would like to hear where we are going in terms of compression of salary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you. I would like to learn more about our plans to find and use evidence-based writing curriculum within our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. And last but not least is me, and I don't have any suggestions at this time. Okay, and so the last item on the agenda is announcements, and the board's next hybrid meeting will be held on Tuesday, July 13th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. So thank you for joining us, and the meeting is now adjourned. Have a good night.
Good night.